Chapter 283. The craftsman alliance that Li Qingqi was in now was very fast. The craftsman's clothes were already very beautiful. However, compared to the Li family Zhuangzi's clothes, they were much worse. Although they were both made of canvas, the craftsman's clothes were finer and more comfortable to wear. Moreover, the sleeves of the craftsman's clothes were much longer and could be rolled up and buckled. After rolling up and buckling, the sleeves became shorter. When the sleeves were long, it was to prevent something from splashing and hurting the wrists. When rolled up, it was to prevent something from rolling up the sleeves. Then he would adjust it himself. There will be some meat stewing in the pot when we eat later. I will try my best to get more meat for you. Li Qingqi was closer to the craftsman of Zhuangzi. No need. We have a carriage coming over with 6 craftsmen. There are casseroles in the carriage. When it's time to eat, we will sneak in and eat. The craftsman pointed in a direction. Li Qingqi looked over. Sure enough, there was a 4-wheeled carriage parked there. There was also someone waiting beside the carriage. It was the coachman. Where are the others? Li Qingqi looked around. There was no one. Above. Above is the most important. Dongzhu is afraid that some craftsmen will think that they know how to do it. If they don't do it well, there will be an accident. The craftsman pointed up again. He looked down on the other craftsmen in front of him as if they were at the top of the food chain. It wasn't that he looked down on skills, but he looked down on discipline. It was a mess. A group of people who didn't cooperate well and shouted back and forth. Some people were clearly in the wrong, but still wanted to take the blame. There was no such problem in Zhuangzi, not in Zhuangzi. Everyone would assign tasks before starting work. Who was in charge of which area, who was the commander, and who was the deputy commander. If there was a problem with the commander, the deputy commander would correct or record it. As long as there was no danger, the other craftsmen had to follow the commander's instructions. If there was danger, they could directly avoid it. Later, there would be other people to investigate. Otherwise, even if they were wronged, they had to do it and then report it to the higher-ups. In the beginning, there were many special situations. Now, there were basically no problems. Everyone cooperated smoothly and performed their own duties. Then he looked down on them. You can't do it. You lack teamwork. Li Qingqi looked up. Sure enough, the craftsmen of Zhuangzi were in the key positions above. He was relieved. He never had the thought of comparing the craftsmen of the alliance with the craftsmen of Li family Zhuangzi. I'll join you guys for dinner later. Li Qingqi wanted to get more minced meat for himself during the meal, but when he saw the car, he changed his mind. His current identity was that of an inspector of the alliance. Other than the confidants in charge of the alliance, no one else knew his identity. He did not need to be close to the people, nor did he need to share weal and woe with the craftsmen. The blacksmith nodded vigorously, indicating that there was no problem. What kind of casserole did you bring today? Li Qingqi knew that Zhuangzi and the other craftsmen were around. After relaxing, he started to crave for the casserole. It's the same. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and monkey's head mushrooms. The 6 of us discussed among ourselves and told the kitchen, and the kitchen specially made it for us. White rice. There's also tofu mixed with scallions, eggplant with garlic, cucumber strips with garlic, and some dog meat mixed with coriander. The blacksmith replied, gulping as he spoke. Brother E, didn't you say that you don't like eating dog meat? A dead dog? Li Qingqi was puzzled. We don't eat dogs that died of old age or accidentally. This is a dog from the Zhang family's village. It bit its owner. Dongzhu checked it and said it was not sick. It was sick. It was a class disease, so it was strangled to death. We brought it back to eat. The blacksmith explained the situation. What is a class disease? Li Qingqi heard of this disease for the first time. Dongzhu said that dogs are animals with classes, just like wolves. The difference is that dogs have a long sense of identity with humans, for example, for a lifetime. When they feel that you are stronger than them, they will always listen to you. Even if you beat them to death, they will not dare to resist. But when they feel that they should be above you, they will bite you to make you listen to them. Dongzhu said that all dogs that bite their owners must be dealt with, and those that are obedient should not be beaten all the time. It's meaningless. The blacksmith explained to Li Qingqi about dog rearing, which he learned from Zhuangzi. Alas! Li Qingqi did not know what to say. Of course, he was not feeling sorry for the dogs. He just felt that the gap between him and brother Yi was too big. He had been learning all the time, but he found that he needed to learn more and more. Don't worry, the dogs in Zhuangzi don't bite their owners. Dongzhu has a way to train them. They are very obedient. The blacksmith thought that this relative of the emperor cared about the dogs. Then, Li Qingqi became even more depressed. Okay, put the bamboo tube down and connect it firmly. Align the tenons and grooves. The blacksmith of Zhuangzi shouted. It was the first time that the other blacksmiths encountered such a fun thing. They were at a loss. Bamboo tubes of similar thickness were put down one by one. They had a tenon structure, and a little twine was added to stabilize the tube. Fix the support and attach the main body of the pressure well. The blacksmith shouted again. The glued tube was connected, and the support below was stabilized. The others assembled the components of the pressure well, added water, and led the water out of the well. Done. The small hole is a success. One of the blacksmiths cheered. The other alliance blacksmiths jumped up and down. They were witnessing history. With such a thick hole, they could drill all the way down and there was a well. They knew what this meant. It was more than 10 times faster than the well they dug, and there was no danger of it collapsing. If they drilled on the ground, the bottom would be damaged. At worst, they could just find a new place and they would be fine. The blacksmiths in the blacksmith village smiled, but they soon calmed down. It was normal for the technology provided by Dongzhu to reach such a level. The one who gets Li Yi will get the world. Li Qingqi muttered inexplicably. Then he shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. If I were the emperor, I would be too busy. Li Qingqi admitted that he was not cut out to be the emperor. His third brother was indeed better than him. At least he knew how to use people. Previously, his third brother was also very anxious. How would he deal with the situation if he became the emperor? Therefore, he used Yao Chong, a veteran, to watch and learn at the same time. He was biased towards Yao Chong. The day he learned was the day Yao Chong would be crippled. Unfortunately, brother Yi came out. Yao Chong's status would be lowered, but the time he would be crippled would be prolonged. Li Qingqi understood this very well. He felt that Yao Chong should thank his brother Yi. Go and buy some cooked food. It's not far from Shi City. Let's eat it. Li Qingqi did not want to think too much. He decided to let the alliance's blacksmiths who participated in the drilling have a good meal. Then he turned around and entered the car with the 6 blacksmiths. He did not want to eat cooked food bought from Shi City. There was a casserole in the car. Just as he entered the car, another car that looked different drove over. The rented car is not comfortable. Zhang Shuo complained in the car. Drilling a well. Good ability. Yao Chong did not care about comfort. He had already sent someone to investigate and obtained a result. Now he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Lu Huaishan lifted the curtain and looked at it. He shook his head. It's really a pressure well. They are able to extract water. Li Yi, you are really a heaven-defying genius. I know. Zhang Shuo spoke again. King Song is not lying. He is going to the Shu lands to drill a salt well. Drilling a well, drilling a salt well. Good. What a good plan. We're going to use it now. Yao Chong smiled. He was convinced. He was really convinced. Is he trying to deceive everyone? Lu Huaishan had another idea. Chapter 284. The 3 of them finally understood why King Song was sneaking into Xingqing Hall and whispering into His Majesty's ear. What left the trio even more depressed was that King Song was speaking the truth. 10,000 cutlasses a day. The speed at which he dug the well was frightening. Even though the water was shallow and the soil was soft, it was still much faster than digging by humans. Furthermore, the deeper they dug, the better the drilling method was. I wonder if we can make it in time. Zhang Shuo was the youngest among them, so he was more anxious. It's too late. Lu Huaishan told him the truth. Yao Chong nodded. Li Yi is serious this time. The good places in the Shu lands must have been occupied by His Majesty's men. It's not a bad thing. His Majesty has money, so he has to use it in times of trouble. The problem is that I still don't understand how to dig the well. The mouth of the well is so thick. Can it be done by drilling? Zhang Shuo was no different from an idiot when it came to drilling. He wanted to know how to extract the soil from the well. Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong were the same as him. They didn't understand. And the more they didn't understand, the more they were afraid of that young man. Zhang Shuo didn't want to think about the technique. He said, His Majesty has benefited too much. The officials should advise him against it. Daoji, don't think about it. It's impossible. Today, Li Yi has officially made his move. He won't leave any loopholes for you. Otherwise, he would have a comprehensive plan. Do you believe me? Lu Huaishan liked to deal with small matters. He valued the details the most. He could feel that Li Yi wasn't willing to do his best. It was as if he was hesitating and didn't care. When it came to digging the well, King Song ran back and forth. Every time he ran back and forth, His Majesty's attitude would change. This meant that Li Yi was following up and paying attention to the details. He realized that Li Yi would never do anything twice. He would always solve it in one go. He would answer whatever you asked. It was very simple. He didn't ask for anything. It was as if he was chatting casually. Especially when he was eating, he was so relaxed. Even when others bullied him, he would still return the favor. This time, Li Yi had been following them, thinking about the benefits of the well salt in the Shu lands. In that case, would Li Yi give others a chance? When a person who could solve the problem with just one move made consecutive moves, who could go against it? I can't accept it. Zhang Shuo told the truth. As the Prime Minister, he had no idea what was going on. Before he could react, the dust had settled. Yao Chong rubbed his temples. If two armies were to fight, and one side was Li Yi, the enemy would have already lost. I haven't even seen him yet, but his power has already been formed. Yao Chong also understood that the situation could not be reversed. Since the other party dared to expose the secret, naturally, the situation could not be changed. At this moment, he realized that he was somewhat glad. He was glad that Li Yi had appeared as His Majesty's younger brother. His Majesty didn't want to lose brother Yi and gain a capable minister. Therefore, no one in the court would come and replace him directly. So he said to the two of them, "We must protect His Majesty's appreciation of talent." The so-called protection was that everyone helped to keep the secret. They couldn't let Li Yi know who his eldest brother, third brother, and other brothers were. Let him continue to be Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. If His Majesty wanted to go, then go. Do you want to do something to Zhuangzi from other aspects? Zhang Shuo looked at Yao Chong. Without waiting for Yao Chong to speak, Lu Huaishan interjected. This old man won't participate. This old man's house is still under repair. If this old man touches it and the news spreads, how will the world see this old man? This old man won't bear the infamy of eternity. Lu Huaishan withdrew. He didn't want to play with them anymore. At the same time, he took out a card, a Celestial World membership card. He flashed it and then put it away. Forget it. Yao Chong compromised. He also had a card. What was the matter with the card's benefits? Did it need to be said? Sure enough, the mouth of the one who eats is short, and the hand that takes is soft. Zhang Shuo lowered his head. He gave all the benefits that should be given, including food and benefits. What did the other party say? When dealing with the other party, did he think about the consequences if the matter was exposed? The commoners outside watched, and His Majesty above watched. After communicating with each other and comforting themselves. The three of them looked at the pressure well together. It was time to eat, but there were still people pressing and pressing there. When the water flowed to the ground, it first created a hole due to the drop. Then it started to meander into the distance, according to the terrain. The commoners found that there were many people here and came to watch the show. They saw such a big windmill that was the size of a house. The onlookers kept asking. Some of the Alliance's craftsmen couldn't keep it a secret and explained it, but they didn't say it clearly. The commoners, however, knew that the pressure well was directly drilled out. There was no need to dig. Is this the method given by Li Dongzhu of the Baishui River? A commoner asked directly. The other onlookers nodded one after another, expressing the same question. Why do you have to talk about him? A young craftsman felt a psychological blow and asked gloomily, Talk about you? I know you are the apprentice of the Wang Si family, the eldest disciple. Your mortise and tenon work is not bad, but can you make this? The commoners didn't give him face and directly pointed out his identity and strength. They also questioned him. Little 7, time to eat. Craftsman Wang Si was at the side and said to his eldest disciple, Wang Si, say something. Is this something that Li family Zhuangzi took out? Someone didn't agree and asked Wang Si. Yes, Li Dongzhu's skills are outstanding. Wang Si had nothing to hide and admitted it. See, I told you. Only Li Dongzhu is willing to take out such a good method for everyone to use. Unfortunately, my family doesn't have a daughter. The person who said that before spoke up once more. What's the point of having a bunch of daughters? The news of Pyongkong Square has spread. Xinyan and the others all ran to Zhuangzi. Do you think Li Dongzhu can handle it alone? He is young and strong. One change a day. If it was me, you guys continue speaking. Be careful that someone tells Li Dongzhu that Li Dongzhu is angry. Haha. It's already noon. In the blink of an eye, let's eat. Isn't that right? I was so focused on looking at the well that I didn't even hear my stomach growling. There's a new method of digging wells. My second uncle's village is not far away. I heard him say that the well water is getting deeper and deeper. He wants to dig a new well. How can he find someone to dig it for him? I didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with me. I did say that I was joking. Li Dongzhu will definitely not bicker with me. In an instant, the people who wanted to make up stories about Li Yi dispersed. It's time to eat. What should we do? Lu Huaishan asked his 2 colleagues. Recently, he had been taking care of his health. In the morning, he drank goat's milk, ate eggs, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables with celery leaves. He ate until he was 60% full. Now he was hungry. Yao Chong looked at the group of people dispersing and said, This method is really good for dealing with drought. Drilling deeper is faster than digging. I just don't know what to do in winter. The weather is cold, the water is frozen, and the soil is also frozen. Will the bamboo tube be crushed? No. The place that can be frozen can be replaced with iron. The frozen soil and the exposed part will be fine. Yao Chong was now thinking about the people's livelihood. He was just sad that he could not subdue Li Yi. At the same time, he wanted to have the final say in the imperial court. He still attached great importance to the people's livelihood. This was also mentioned by Li Yi and Li Longji. Today, he understood that the new well drilling technique was most useful in dry areas with low groundwater levels. Chapter 285. Lu Huaishan complained that he was hungry. Yao Chong was calculating the usefulness of the new technique, and Zhang Shuo was in a daze. A beautiful carriage passed by and stopped at a place for a person to get out. He didn't bother with the group of craftsmen eating and walked to the well alone to see someone pressurizing the water. The well had just been drilled and the water was still muddy, but it would clear up after a bit of pressure. There's actually a good way to drill a well. This old man came a step too late and drilled a hole the size of a bowl directly into it. Bamboo tubes are used to protect the walls of the well. Good idea, good method. The person walked around the well and came to a craftsman eating dried radish stew. Are you going to drill a new well in the afternoon? Yes, one on the other side. 2 more tomorrow for 4 wells. The craftsman ate a mouthful of yellow rice as he spoke. The person turned back to the carriage and called for the driver and a servant to bring out the charcoal brazier and add more charcoal. A thin copper pot was placed on top of it, and the cooked mutton and green onions were poured into it. The driver and servant didn't eat with them. The 2 of them held a bowl and waited until it was ready. In another rented car, Zhang Shuo lifted the curtains and looked out. He saw it. He said to Lu Huaishan, "Huaishan, there's food." Old Wei just came and set up the pot. Where? Lu Huaishan poked his head out and got off the carriage. Yuan, you're not going? Zhang Shuo was also hungry and wanted to eat Wei Zhigu's food. Why not? Yao Chong didn't care about the past. How could a thin-skinned person become the prime minister? The 3 of them walked over. Zhang Shuo glanced at it and said, "Get in the car and eat. Don't eat outside. This car of yours is proof of your identity. I'll wait for you to come over. The villager will come out of the car in a moment and tell Li, I didn't bring much meat." Wei Zhigu was helpless and asked someone to carry the food into the carriage. The inside of the carriage wasn't as spacious as outside. "I'm satisfied with some soup." Lu Huaishan was indeed hungry. Wei Zhigu's carriage was large. When they got in and saw the meat and other food, Lu Huaishan looked at him with disdain. "We're eating your food, and you're still lying to me. Your family has no money, and you're always hungry. I'm afraid you can eat too much." Wei Zhigu joked and seemed to be in a good mood. The 4 of them sat down and waited for the soup to boil. "My family's new house will be ready in half a month's time. We'll meet up for a meal there." Lu Huaishan was still thinking about the house. He was different from Wei Zhigu. His family was big, but they didn't buy him a house in Chang'an. Wei Zhigu's grandfather was Wei Zhang, Li Shimin's mirror. After his death, he was pushed onto the tombstone, and Li Shimin repaired it. The house they lived in was the ancestral home. Otherwise, how could it be so close to the imperial city? His sons were all married and became officials. He spent his own salary, and with the addition of his ancestral property, he lived a good life. Therefore, even if he didn't go to the celestial family, his family would still have mutton to eat. "Zhigu, have you seen the new well drilling technique?" Lu Huaishan scooped some sauce into a small bowl. It was leek sauce, waiting to be dipped into the mutton. "I only saw the well. Who would have thought that it would be so fast? It only took a morning to finish." Wei Zhigu had a distressed expression. If Li Yi said that he could dig a well in an hour, I would believe him. Zhang Shuo didn't like leek, so he scooped vinegar and soy sauce and added chopped green onions. Yao Chong, on the other hand, added a little of each condiment, such as sesame oil and garlic paste. When he was done, he said, "How do we get the new technique? We can dig a well or a salt well." Salt well? Wei Zhigu was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Salt well from the Shu lands, my God! With this technique, don't think about it. If His Majesty is right, he has already made arrangements. You want to dig a well and get it directly? Zhang Shuo asked. I'll ask His Majesty for it. Wei Zhigu didn't say anything about going to Zhuangzi. King Song is here. Ask King Song. Lu Huaishan suggested. All right. Wei Zhigu readily agreed and ordered a servant to invite King Song. The servant whispered a few words into Li Qingqi's ear, and Li Qingqi carried a small clay pot over. He had already eaten it, so he couldn't throw it away. When he entered the carriage and saw the 3 prime ministers, Li Qingqi wasn't surprised at all. He put down his clay pot and asked, Minister Wei wants a new drilling technique. Can it be leaked? Wei Zhigu was nervous. But it can't be kept a secret unless it's a specialized construction team. Li Qingqi was amicable. On behalf of the common people, Minister Wei, you can't represent me, but I can give you the technique. However, Does the Ministry of Works think that it costs less than others to dig wells? If not, why should the Ministry of Works dig wells? With my third brother's money, he can dig 3 wells for others and 2 wells for the Ministry of Works. How can one less well be accounted for? Li Qingqi asked a very realistic question. With the same amount of money, the amount of work done would make a difference, right? How can others save more money than the Ministry of Works? Wei Zhigu argued. Other people can come up with new techniques, but I don't see the Ministry of Works coming up with any. Li Qingqi said. As expected, Wei Zhigu panted, feeling depressed. Li Qingqi continued. What kind of work do you think the Ministry of Works can compare to the craftsmen of Liyi and Zhuangzi? Maybe it's dredging, but... Wei Zhigu said with uncertainty. Minister Wei, have you forgotten about the method of using water to flush sand? Li Qingqi reminded him. Last time, you asked a small official under the Ministry of Works to go to Zhuangzi to ask how much technology they got. Don't you know? There has to be a comparison. You can't just say that it's faster and cheaper. Wei Zhigu was unconvinced. Minister Wei, look, if we divide the area where the well needs to be dug, piece by piece, every piece, Li Qingqi began to explain the method he learned from Li Yi to Wei Zhigu. Each area would be subject to a bidding process. If the Ministry of Works had their own construction team, they could participate in the bidding. Whoever offered the lowest price, the best quality, and the fastest speed would naturally be chosen. If they couldn't do it, they would have their money deducted. Good, this method is good. Lu Huaishan picked up a piece of mutton and agreed. Isn't it too complicated? Wei Zhigu didn't want to agree. He still didn't know the cost and time of digging a well. The Craftsman Alliance had already started fighting. If they continued to fight, they would gain experience. How would the Ministry of Works bid? If they were too slow, their money would be deducted. Whose money would be deducted? What does Prime Minister Yao think? Li Qingqi asked Yao Chong. Not bad. Yao Chong told the truth. The money was paid by Her Majesty. If the Ministry of Works wanted to steal, it would be very difficult to catch and kill people. Zhang Shua didn't wait for Li Qingqi to ask and took the initiative to say, I agree. Wei Zhigu lowered his head and thought. He sighed. It's indeed a good idea, but who's going to watch over it? The Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works will send people to each area to check. Of course, there will be other people secretly watching. If the Ministry of Works works with the construction team to fake it, Li Qingqi didn't finish his words. When will the new method be spread? Wei Zhigu was ready to learn. Today will do. If others are willing to watch, they can come in the afternoon. The drilling will continue tomorrow. The tools will be placed at the side. You can watch and learn. Li Qingqi was generous. Come, I'll teach you. When the 3 prime ministers heard this, they looked at each other and confirmed that it was too late to send people to the Shu lands. After the meal, Wei Zhigu sent someone to the Ministry of Works to call for more people. The 3 prime ministers returned to the political affairs hall to work. Li Qingqi quietly asked his subordinates to pull the other 2 alliances over. The smelting technology needs to catch up. Good steel should be used on the blade. Li Qingqi thought of the drilling knife. If the knife wasn't good, it wouldn't be able to drill. Chapter 286. As more and more people were learning drilling techniques, the first day of February came, which was March 14th according to the Gregorian calendar. The 3 craftsman alliances formed by Li Qingqi had learned how to drill and were drilling for free in the east and west cities. Since the toilets in Chang'an were latrines, the feces would seep down. Day after day, year after year, the water would also seep down when it rained. Some things with feces would go down deeper and deeper. There were many rivers in Chang, and so there was no need to dig deep wells. The feces would naturally pollute the well water. However, there was soil underground to filter the feces. At the same time, people got used to drinking the feces and developed antibodies. People who came to Chang and often fell sick because they were not acclimatized to the environment. Firstly, the minerals in the environment were different, and secondly, the bacteria were different. In order to practice, Li Qingqi wanted to drill 10 deep wells in the east and west cities, the kind that was 300 feet deep. Wind, human, and animal power took turns to drill. Many people came to watch the fun, which made the food stalls in the east and west cities happy. The people from the Ministry of Works learned and recorded. The carpenters and blacksmiths who belonged to the imperial court were working hard to make the parts. The other craftsmen who did not join the alliance could only watch. The wells were too big and had too many parts. They could not make them even if they worked for a year. The key was that they did not have the money to build them. The drilling platform was as big as a 2- or 3-story house. These craftsmen signed the contract too strictly. We can't take them away. A merchant who came to sell things from Shu stamped his feet anxiously when he saw this, especially the sellers who transported the salt here. They knew where the new well drilling method was most suitable. They had found the people in charge of the 3 alliances and promised a lot of benefits, but none of them agreed. They had also found a craftsman, but the other party said that he could not do anything. They found a group of craftsmen, but they all refused. The craftsmen's homes were in Chang, and they had signed the contract. The most important thing was that the Imperial Medical Department started to train more doctors. The curriculum of the official school included medicine. Students who studied it seriously could have more chances to survive. Those who did not want to study and only wanted to take the imperial examination could only fight for one path. Li Yi had provided 7 medical books so far. The Compendium of Materia Medica took the longest time to write, and the other books on common diseases were copied from the thinner ones. A large number of medical staff gave free diagnosis to people in order to get medical books. They only sold medicine for money, living in Chang, and seemed to be more secure. The salt merchant of Shu then contacted the Ministry of Works. Unexpectedly, someone helped to contact Wei Zhigu and passed the invitation to him. Wei Zhigu took a look and asked him to exert pressure on the 3 alliances to at least produce some people. Out of the kindness of his heart, he asked someone to reply, "A drought is coming. Everyone who digs a well should first help the people get water." The people from the Shu lands continued to look for people. Those who didn't know about the alliance had no choice. Those who knew didn't dare to agree. King Song's alliance was different from the other kings. If other kings set fire to a residence and no one died, His Majesty would also punish them. If King Song was the one who set the fire and no one died, His Majesty would personally fork out money to compensate for the loss. Perhaps he could even tell King Song, "Elder brother, let's build a house outside the city for you to play with. After it burns down, we'll build another one, and then we'll light another one." The Shu lands were prosperous, and the Shu merchants were rich. However, they realized that it was not easy to meet the officials in the capital. They did not see any officials above rank 4. Scattered officials could be seen in Pyongkong Square and occasionally in Heaven on Earth. "It's here." After crossing the river, we found out that there is a young man in Zhuangzi called Dongzhu Li. He gave us the drilling method. A group of merchants asked around and finally confirmed that Li Yi was the inventor. Furthermore, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi were very skilled. They were prepared to work together to negotiate with Li Yi. At the Baishui Bridge, there were many horses and shacks by the bridge. People came and went on the bridge. Looking from this side of the river, the houses there were connected together. Zhao Guan and the others are just cowards. They heard some rumors and still believed it to be true. How can someone in Zhuangzi make Pyongkong Square work together to reject someone? Someone in the group said that they had found someone from the same hometown who was here last year. This year, he hadn't prepared the goods to go back. In the end, they found one and said no. Li Yi would not go with anyone, and the craftsmen in Zhuangzi would not leave either. They spent the new year on the road. The merchants in Shu lands did not believe it. They felt that with their financial resources, There was nothing they could not do. Wasn't he just an imperial physician, a rank 4 official? How could they throw money at him? Let's go together. Let that young man see the beauty of our Shu lands. Someone was ready to cross the bridge. The beauty he was talking about was the fabric of the clothes he was wearing. Shu brocade was indeed a good thing. Stop! A group of people was about to cross the bridge when a few people stood out from the shack next to them with crossbows in their hands. Don't point it at me. What if it loosens? The merchants avoided them. They did not want to stand in front of the crossbows. They recognized the clothes of the people who came. They were the Chinyo guards. Why didn't you guard His Majesty and run to the shack at the bridgehead? You want to go over? What are you doing? A non-commissioned officer came out with a big meat bun in his hand and asked. Before they even finished their breakfast, they ran over to change shifts as soon as the city gates opened, replacing the brothers who were on night duty. Before the city gates opened, Zhuangzi sent many meat buns, porridge, and pickled vegetables. The brothers who went back directly took the buns and ate 2 bowls of porridge. They could share the buns with their families when they returned home. The newcomers were eating when a group of people came over and interrupted their meal. I'm looking for Li Yi. I have something important to discuss with him. The merchant who spoke before stood in a direction that he felt was safe and answered. Is there a document from the Honglu Temple? The person took a bite of the bun and asked in a muffled voice, We are not outsiders. We are from Shu lands. Where can we find something from the Honglu Temple? The merchant said angrily, No document. We can't go over. The person swallowed the food in his mouth and refused. Why? We can go around it. How can they go through it? Another merchant came forward and said, They can, but you can't. You can't go around it. If you dare to swim in the river, we will shoot you. The non-commissioned officer sneered. Harder to enter than the inner palace? The merchant was unconvinced. You speak as if you can enter the inner palace. The non-commissioned officer sneered. You, let me do it. Another person came forward and used his body to block others. He opened his hand and there was an irregular, dark yellow ball in his palm. He gestured for the non-commissioned officer to take a look and winked. The non-commissioned officer smiled and went forward and grabbed the ball in his palm. Wait. Send someone to ask Li Dongzhu if he agrees to meet you. Search him first. You can go in after the search. If he doesn't agree, you can go back. The non-commissioned officer finally came up with a solution. Whether it worked or not, the gold would not be returned. They had an agreement with Zhuangzi that they would stop irrelevant people. If the other party was sincere, they would report it and the non-commissioned officer would split the benefits among themselves. Li Yi knew that they worked hard, so he gave them 4 meals a day. Money was not suitable. What was the use of meeting them if they did not have the money? If they had the money, why would they be reluctant to pay a report fee? That was even more impossible. The non-commissioned officer immediately ran over to find someone and asked. The merchants from Shu lands were not happy. Instead, their expressions became serious. There were 1,000 bull guards guarding the bridge. Dongzhu was not simple. After a while, they saw 5 people appear on the other side of the bridge. Their hearts sank. One of them was 1,000 bull guard. The other 4 were 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs. This was the imperial plantation? Wasn't the imperial plantation in the north? Chapter 287. Why are you all here? Qing Song walked in front of the Shu merchants and looked them in the eye. The Shu merchants felt a lot of pressure. Eunuchs were the same as palace maids. Would Dongzhu, who could use palace maids and eunuchs, be an ordinary Dongzhu? My name is Yang Huanjin, a salt merchant from Shu. I have an important matter to discuss with Li Dongzhu. The merchant who spoke before calmed down and replied, All of them. Qing Song asked again. Yes. Yang Huanjin replied, Choose another one to go in with us. Only 2 people. Qing Song gave a condition. Why does Li Dongzhu have eunuchs? A merchant came over and asked. Is this something you should ask? If you have the ability to know, you already know. If you don't have the ability to know, do you think you can ask and tell? Qing Song didn't give them any face. What were merchants? Ask Yao Xiang if he dared to come over and order them around. Eunuch is right. Then should I go in with Brother Yang? The person who stood up asked. My name is Qing Song. Qing Song said his name. So it's Supervisor Qing. I'm Huang Xianrong. The second merchant said his name. Shopkeeper Yang, Shopkeeper Huang, please. Qing Song changed his tone and invited them in. Please wait for a moment. Brother Huang and I will go in and talk to Li Dongzhu. Yang Huanjin turned around and said to the others. He and Huang Xianrong followed the eunuchs and palace maids. Tao Hong and the others walked in front at a steady pace. They were specially trained to walk. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt the atmosphere and looked around. There was no February this year, so the rice seedlings had not started. The ice in the field had melted and was put away together with the fertilizer. When it was cold at night, it would freeze and frost would appear. When the sun came out during the day, it melted again. The plowed ridges gradually changed as the water in the soil melted. The winter in Shu was not as cold as Chang, and even now there was still green in Chang, and there was not even a blade of grass in Chang, and there was a long way to go from the Ba River to Dongzhu's courtyard. As they walked, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong heard a clear child's voice. Cold against heat, day against year. Kuju versus swing. The Dan Mountain against the clear water. The light rain against the light smoke. Gua Tai rode the boat, the half-drooping plum rain. Shan Tao rode the horse, the overturned apricot blossom sky. The two of them looked at each other. Have you learned this before? Then the two of them received an affirmative answer from each other's eyes. No. Supervisor Qing, the poem recited by the children in the manner is. Yang Huanjin asked. Shopkeeper Yang, are you talking about the rhyme books that Dongzhu wrote for the students to memorize rhymes? Initially, I didn't want to teach the children first, but one day a child overheard it and cried, saying that it was fun. He wanted to learn, so I taught him a little every day. Pine Tree casually explained the situation. I heard that the three-character classic was also written by Li Dongzhu. Huang Xianrong recalled the words of Zhao Guan and the others from his hometown. Dongzhu said that he was bored, so he wrote one for his child. Right after you've learned enough. This is not a big deal. Pine Tree was still as casual as before. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt a strong sense of malice. The land of Shu produced scholars, but no one said that they were bored and wrote the three-character classic. Did this eunuch do it on purpose? Did he think that there was no one in the land of Shu? Walking forward, the two of them saw the busy and leisurely figures of the villagers. Those who were not working were strolling around with their hands behind their backs or reciting something in their mouths. Although the clothes they wore were not as gorgeous as the brocade of Shu, they were not ordinary silk. Some of the clothes worn by the workers were patched, while others were new. Can the poor and rich people in the manor get along? Huang Xianrong saw the villagers greet each other and was puzzled, so he asked casually, There is no such thing as rich or poor. Those who are not working take a break and change into their daily clothes. Those who are working have different jobs. Patched clothes are rough work. Chui Lu kindly gave an answer. Their Zhuangzi was the same. She did not say that the monthly salary was different. Those who were strong would get more monthly salary for rough work. Everyone's money was in their accounts, and they had nowhere to spend it. If they wanted to make jewelry, they would ask what materials they needed. The gold and silver manor had them. According to the capital, they would ask the off-duty craftsmen to make it for them. There were specialized craftsmen in charge of meticulous work. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi did not ask for money. They treated it as practice. Even if the Dongzhu said that they could take money, no one would stretch out their hands to help. Huang Xianrong did not know that the palace maids had so many psychological activities. He looked at the villagers' expressions and was somewhat envious. The people he found were usually not so happy. How could they be happy working for others? After walking for a while, a large open space appeared in front of them. In front of the open space, there were courtyards next to each other. The courtyard in the middle was bigger than the others. There were 2 vertical banners outside the door. On the right was written, "I have tasted all kinds of herbs. I have no regrets." On the left was written, "I have refined 1,000 herbs for peace." The words looked like the branches of plum blossoms. There was a special kind of beauty. The door in the middle was different from the doors of other houses. Other people's doors were willing to be painted vermilion, but this door was white. There was a red cross in the middle. The words were blood red. When the door opened, the words would separate. "Dongzhu, Shushang has arrived," Tao Hong shouted. 10 seconds later, the door opened silently. There was no creaking sound. This kind of silence made Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong feel awkward. Where did the movement go? Then they saw a handsome young man in a white coat, 2 eunuchs, and 2 palace maids standing in a square. 8. There were 8 palace maids in one zhuangzi. "Dongzhu, this is shopkeeper Yang. His name is Huanjin. This is shopkeeper Huang. His name is Xianrong." Tao Hong introduced. Cui Lu said, "This is my family's Dongzhu. I have long heard that the land of Shu produces talented people. I did not expect the 2 of you to be so refined. It is really better to meet you in person than to hear about you." Li Yi clasped his hands and bowed, praising them. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were stunned. The clothes should not be very good, but for some reason, when worn by the young man in front of them, it was so pleasing to the eye. If Li Yi knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them that this was the temperament of a doctor. The people who bought fresh food in the mall also wore white coats. It was different from the appearance of a doctor in the hospital. The people in the mall wearing white coats were passively accepting the request, but the doctor wearing white coats was a kind of responsibility. Just like some people wearing suits and ties, the moment Li Yi wore a white coat, he was solemn and dignified. So when Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong saw the young man, they felt that he was different from others. "Say something," Cui Lu reminded in a low voice. "What are you 2 doing?" Greeting each other. "Oh, I did not expect Li Dongzhu to be so handsome." Yang Huanjin was the first to react. Huang Xianrong followed closely. "I did not dare to think. When I first saw Li Dongzhu, I felt that his talent was extraordinary. You 2 flatter me. Please come in." Li Yi stood straight and said. He did not bow or wave his arm. If he was not sick, a doctor's waist could not bend. If he was sick, there was no harm in kneeling to treat him. When they entered and went to the living room, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, who had seen countless big scenes, were somewhat at a loss. The eunuchs and maids stood in place, and then Li Yi personally made the kung fu tea. One after another, it seemed to have a rhythm. His movements were soft and firm. The key was that they did not know how to drink it. It moved around. Did it not need to be boiled? And what kind of tea is this? A small wine cup? Li Yi finally poured 3 cups of tea and said with a smile, "You 2 came because of the salt well method, right? Other than the salt well. Do you 2 want to make a fortune in other aspects? I have 2 prescriptions here." Chapter 288. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong glanced at each other. They had traveled extensively and seen many things, but for a moment they didn't know what to say. There were 2 other things outside the salt well. Were they talking about the salt well or the other 2? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Huanjin replied, "Li Dongzhu, why don't we talk about the well first?" "That's fine. Did you come here because you couldn't find anyone?" Li Yi knew very well. Li Dongzhu said what we were thinking, Huang Xianrong added. Could they make it just because they had the blueprints and instructions? It would be very difficult, and would take a long time. It would be best to bring the real thing back and have a group of craftsmen try it out. However, the journey was long, and it was better to bring experienced craftsmen with them. Did you go through the official channels? Li inquired about the other party's situation. The two didn't want to say. Why don't you discuss it with the imperial court and see if they can send someone from there? Li refused. When I asked you, you wanted to keep it a secret. You want to get benefits from me? The imperial court can't send anyone. We've already sent a message to the Minister of Works. The minister replied that it's too difficult. Huang Xianrong said something that was both true and false. The false one was that Wei Zhigu had refused, not that it was difficult. Oh, you went to Old Wei. He can't give you any manpower. Old Wei is digging wells for people because of the drought. The various weapon workshops in the palace are making use of the time to make tools. Li Yi kept calling him Old Wei, telling them to stop pretending. You think you're amazing just because you can get in touch with the Minister of Works? I'm more familiar with him than you are. Sure enough, the two of them were stunned. Old Wei, Yang Huanjin was unconvinced and said, We also know that. We're not looking for a way to get in touch with Minister Liu. Old Liu? Old Liu can't do anything about this. Old Liu is looking forward to the completion of the new house. He's busy with small things. The Ministry of Works won't go to Ziwei province. Li Yi told them again that Lu Huaishan couldn't help them either. After saying that, he drank his tea. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong felt even more pressure. God, who is this young Dongzhu? Staying in Zhuangzi. How could he know about the affairs of the minister and the prime minister? The two of them followed suit and drank a cup of tea. Li Yi refilled the cup and sipped the kung fu tea in small cups, pouring it out when it got cold. What about Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Zhang? Huang Xianrong wanted to inquire about them. Old Yao is busy catching people and killing people. Old Zhang, what has old Zhang been busy with recently? Li Yi suddenly asked when he was talking about Zhang Shuo. Dongzhu, Prime Minister Zhang, is keeping an eye on the Sanongxi Temple. Isn't it spring? Tao Hong immediately cooperated. Just say something. How would she know what Zhang Shuo was doing? Yes, it's the beginning of spring. The compost used to cover the piles is all in the fields. Some parts of the piles aren't done yet, so someone has to help light a fire to cook the smoke. Speaking of which, Chang, and can't be compared to Shu's land in this aspect. Shu's land is still green in winter, which is really enviable. Li Yi began to change the topic, saying that Shu's land was good. If the two of them continued, he would continue to talk about how good Shu's land was. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. The place where they cooperated with to dig the salt well should have just arrived. Or not yet. It was tiring to negotiate with businessmen, so it was better to talk to officials. When meeting officials, all they had to do was to give them ideas, and both sides would cooperate. The businessmen were here for profit, so they would follow the usual business practices of negotiation. Yang Huanjin and Tao Hong understood. Although the other party was young, he was very steady in his actions. Li Dongzhu, about the well digging, can we work together? Yang Huanjin asked, letting Li Yi name the price. A full set of blueprints and samples, in exchange for 5,000 pounds of well salt. Li Yi named the price. Li Dongzhu, you see, now that the east and west cities are using it, as long as people see it, they will be able to learn it. In addition, there should be blueprints in the palace. Your blueprints and things are obviously dispensable. Yang Huanjin bargained, telling Li Yi that he and the others had a way to get the blueprints. The real thing was there, and they would know what was going on with just a look. Comparing it to the blueprints, it was simple. Huang Xianrong agreed. That's right. Therefore, the blueprints and instructions are not worth much. Ah, you can get it? Hee hee. Sorry, if that's the case, how many shoe peppers did you collect last year? How many can you transport? Also, shoe mustard. I only want mustard heads. Li Yi had an embarrassed look on his face as he said that he wanted to buy something else. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. That's it? The well digging was over. What shoe peppers and mustard heads were he going to buy? Li Dongzhu, wait a minute. I heard that the craftsmen in your village are very skilled. Can I borrow a few dozen of them? Yang Huanjin hurriedly stopped him and got down to business. There are no craftsmen, only blueprints and the real thing. Also, shoe beans are not bad. You should have collected a lot last year, right? Can you transport more of them over? Li Yi changed to another item and bought it. Because of the climate and environment, Sichuan's broad beans were better than other places, just like all kinds of pepper. Li Dongzhu, I can pay a high price to borrow some craftsmen. 100 coins per person per day, as long as they leave Zhuangzi. Yang Huanjin gave a price. Money? 100 coins per day for a craftsman? There are many good craftsmen in Shu as well. Why don't you bring them over, and I will pay 300 coins per person per day. Li Yi replied with a price and a request. Since 100 coins is not enough, how much do Li Dongzhu suggest? Huang Xianrong followed Li Yi's words and asked, We will not lend them to outsiders, unless the imperial court forces us to do so. If there is an emergency, and we need a large amount of military resources, everyone in the village will not hesitate to help. Li Yi shook his head. He would not lend them. Zhuangzi was a treasure. Can we borrow just because we have official documents? Huang Xianrong asked. Yes, official documents from the imperial court. Li Yi nodded. Li Dongzhu, I have a loan order written by Wanyan County Magistrate. Li Dongzhu, take a look. Yang Huanjin was happy. He took out a book from his sleeve and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi took it over. The book could be opened like an accordion. Li Yi took a look and handed it back. This is not enough. It says that we can borrow some craftsmen to help us make weapons. It did not say where we can borrow them from, nor where we can borrow them. It's true that your ships and carriages are damaged and need to be repaired. But now that there are 3 unions of craftsmen in Chang, and it's not easy for you to find people. Therefore, you went through the channels and got an ambiguous item from the hands of the county magistrate. Li Yi knew what was going on. It had nothing to do with the salt well. We can borrow the craftsmen from your village. Why don't you ask Wanyan County Magistrate Guan to come to Zhuangzi and talk to Li Dongzhu? Yang Huanjin started to threaten. What he meant was that if he could get the help of Wanyan County Magistrate, he must have some background. If Wanyan County Magistrate Li Yuanhong comes personally, I can still talk to him. But I don't have time for this Guan County Magistrate. I am busy. Brother E, are you there? It is not easy for me to come here. He said that he had discussed with you about picking tea. That's why he let me in. There were shouts coming from outside the courtyard. Judging from the content of the shouts, he was obviously complaining. Brother Pei, why do you have to be like this? Who would stop you from coming in? Li Yi shouted outside and nodded to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. He stood up to receive the shouts, and both of them followed. When they reached the door, both of them saw the person standing there. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Chapter 289. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong saw Pei Yaoqing, the Chang'an commander. When they thought about the way Pei Yaoqing addressed them, they realized that the title of Wanyan County's deputy was not enough. The Chang and commander entering Zhuangzi was also stopped. He called Li Yi brother Yi. Li Yi called Pei Yaoqing brother Pei. Brother Pei entering brother Yi's Zhuangzi was stopped by the Qianyu guards. The relationship between the two was so complicated. Zhuangzi was too mysterious. Zhao Guan and the rest only told us part of the story. Yang Huanjin whispered to Huang Xianrong. Huang Xianrong nodded. His fellow countrymen did not lie to them, nor did he lie. Everything was true, but there was something he did not say. But he had warned them that they could provoke anyone. At most, they would join forces and fight or negotiate with the other party. But they must not take the initiative to find trouble with the Li family Zhuangzi. It was strange. Now they knew. No, they should have known before. There was no time to cross the bridge. Li Dongzhu, regarding the tea-picking matter, I have already coordinated with some people, but many people have not picked tea before. The tea you asked for is different from usual, so I came to ask. Pei Yaoqing was just about to call him Brother Yi, but when he saw that there were outsiders, he immediately changed his words. He was obsessed with calling him Brother Yi. As long as there was no one else, he would call him that. When His Majesty warned him that day, he also called him that. I know that these two people are from Shu, and they came to discuss the hubin, shu pepper, and mustard seed. Li Yi explained the situation. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong wanted to correct him. They did not want to sell anything. They wanted people. Li Yi turned his head and said to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, "How about this? The two of you go back and think about it. If the blueprint is feasible, we can still do other business. In that case, we will go back first." Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong cupped their fists at the same time and bowed to Pei Yaoqing. They looked unhappy as they left. "Brother Yi, are they here to ask for someone?" After the two left, Pei Yaoqing said to Li Yi, "That's right. I don't know what they're thinking. They want to bring people back to dig salt wells, but they're targeting me. Zhuangzi's craftsmen can't be lent to others." Li Yi shrugged. There were too many secrets on Zhuangzi, including gunpowder. "Can't you see that there are so many soldiers from the imperial court blocking the way? There was nowhere around them that they could come over. Not even the officials. God knows if you've been bribed, including Pei Yaoqing." "You're right. Brother Yi, why are you entertaining them?" Pei Yaoqing knew a lot about fireworks. Just like the melons and grapes in the Turkic Khaganate, they are different from other places. Some of the local products in Shu are also better. I want to make something to eat. Li Yi wanted to make pickled vegetables and bean paste. He didn't have any chili, so he made bean paste with rattan pepper and dahongpo. Sichuan's broad beans and various kinds of Sichuan peppers were better than other places. There were many kinds of Sichuan peppers, and Li Yi felt that dahongpo was the most suitable. He first made broad bean paste and pepper paste, then put them together to ferment. Pei Yaoqing didn't know the details, but he knew that Li Yi's food was guaranteed to be delicious. "Brother Yi, since that's the case, why do you have to look for them? There are many merchants in Shu. It's prosperous, and there are many people coming out to transport goods," Pei Yaoqing suggested. "I didn't think about it at first, but they happened to come. Last year's broad beans are not suitable for making things, but I want to make something that can be made. Then I'll bring those broad beans and make fennel beans for the children to eat, and for the adults to eat as snacks and drinks. I'll sell some while I'm at it," Li Yi explained. At the mention of fennel beans, he thought of the jade ribbon beans and felt a craving for them. "Brother Yi, what do you want the tea to be like? Do you have to divide it into grades when you pick it?" Pei Yaoqing didn't care about the process. He just wanted to eat it when it was done. "Pick the buds, the more tender the better. They will continue to grow. Don't pick too hard. Don't touch those that haven't sprouted. Bring them back on the day you finish picking them. I'll pay you one at a time. When there are more leaves, pick them too. Now don't pick the leaves. They won't grow after you pick them. There's no photosynthesis. If someone fights with me and offers a higher price, then impossible. No one can compete with Brother Yi. Someone saw that you were collecting tender tea and thought it was profitable. He wants to stop you. I'll take care of it." Pei Yaoqing didn't wait for Li Yi to finish his words and gave a guarantee. He was doing this for the sake of many people. If someone interfered and Li Yi stopped collecting tea, how could those people continue to collect tea? Keep collecting? If they could, they would sign the contract. If they didn't, the government had 100 ways to deal with them. Since that's the case, I'll write a set of things about selecting and picking tea. There's a kiln of pottery that's about to be produced. Brother Pei, help me send it to everyone according to the name list. Li Yi talked about the exchange of pottery. When it was done, he would provide the people with clay. In fact, he could delay and sell it first, and then slowly give it to them. Even if the people were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. Then, he wouldn't be able to collect his lifespan. Under the guise of benefiting the people, he would make a lot of money and the people would complain. It would be strange if the system gave him lifespan. Pei Yaoqing nodded. I'll send it. Speaking of which, why doesn't Zhuangzi burn porcelain? There's no need for it at the moment. Pottery is enough for daily life. Burning porcelain is more complicated than burning porcelain. It's a multi-purpose kiln. I'll modify it in a few days. It'll specialize in burning cement and laying cement. At the same time, I'll leave a dirt road for people who don't have the money to nail their livestock. Li Yi waved his hand. Zhuangzi didn't need to burn porcelain. Pottery was enough for Zhuangzi. He didn't need to worry about the children being beaten. Porcelain was much more expensive than pottery. The selection of materials, the process, and the temperature control of the kiln. He remembered that when he was young, the plates and vats of porcelain were broken. If they didn't break, there was a special sawing job. After half an hour, Li Yi wrote down how to collect and store the tea he wanted. The pottery he was going to send back was loaded into the cart. Then Pei Yaoqing refused to leave and insisted on staying for lunch. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He just expressed his intention. The main ingredient for lunch today was loaches. They were reared when they were cleaning the river in late autumn. Last night, they took some from the pond and added some salt to clear water to make the loaches spit out. The main dish was naturally loach stewed with tofu. The loaches were killed first, cleaned up and cut into pieces. They were first stir-fried, then added in water and tofu. Li Yi knew that he would slowly add warm water and then put in cold tofu. The loaches would drill into the tofu and become loaches drilling into the tofu. However, he didn't say it out loud. After killing the loaches, he stewed them. He adhered to the principle of killing, but not torturing. Just like how he used the method of destroying the marrow to kill the frogs. He knew of a country that had a way of eating frogs. They ate them raw. The frog was still alive. Its head was placed there, and it watched others eat its flesh. In the end, the head and the other bones were made into soup. He could also do this. When he made fish, the head was still alive and the body was already cooked. The scalpel was faster and the nerves were preserved. But why did he have to do that? This wasn't a medical animal experiment. Chapter 290. The shoe merchants who had already left did not eat as they could not eat. They went to a restaurant and asked for a private room. Everyone sat down to discuss matters. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. When I went in and came out, I forced myself to stay calm. When I spoke, it was too scary. Huang Xianrong said to the other merchants. He felt that his mind was blank. Yang Huanjin was drinking beside him to calm himself down. He felt that in that situation, being able to speak was a success. Huang Xianrong continued. For beautiful palace maids and 4 quick-witted eunuchs stand in the so-called positions. The young man, Dongzhu, Li Yi brewed tea. No, he brewed tea with hot water. It was like dancing. I've never seen it before. I kept telling myself not to be afraid. Just treat it as if it was all fake. But when I spoke, I still felt guilty. Later, I took out the document written by the county magistrate and wanted to rely on it. In the end, Li Yi did not admit it and said that Wanyan magistrate Li Yuanhong personally came. After that, did you see Chang and magistrate Pei Yaoqing? When he was outside, he did not know that the 2 of us were there. He called Li Yi brother Yi. Huang Xianrong talked about his experience with a trace of pride. He went in and drank the tea personally brewed by Li. Can't we borrow the craftsman? Some shoe merchants were not satisfied with the result. Take out the membership card of Heavenly World and treat the county magistrate to a meal. Someone suggested. Everyone felt that it was feasible. First, Someone ran to the second floor of Heavenly World to ask if there were any seats in the buffet. The result was that there were none. Then he asked the third floor, and there was one that could seat 10 people. He quickly booked it. When he came back, he contacted the county magistrate, Guanbai. The county magistrate had not eaten and was busy. He was busy counting the identities of the poor so that he could cooperate with Pei Yaoqing to pick the tea. Heavenly World was in the East City, which happened to be under the jurisdiction of Nen County. Guanbai agreed. He did not have the membership card of Heavenly World and no one would give it to him. It was not that they did not want to give it to him. The one who was willing to give him 100 chins was too shameful and did not want to give him 1,000 chins. 1 million chins was enough for a deputy in the capital. 10 million chins. No one would agree. Thus, he brought along a clerk that he liked the most, mainly because this clerk's family was an official. There were 2 deputy district magistrates and 6 businessmen. There were 2 empty seats at the table for 10 people. One was for relaxation and the other was for the deputy magistrate to call someone over. The merchants chose the representatives, and the others chose the ones outside, the kind that they chose themselves. He booked a large room somewhere else and ate while waiting. When the dishes were ordered, the complimentary cold plates were served first. At the same time, the wine was served for the guests to drink first. Tang, and is indeed different. This year, it is even better than the past. This is the merit of Guan Xiaofu. A businessman began to flatter according to the procedure. Guanbai did not feel that way. He was indeed very hard-working. He cooperated with Chang, which did not belong to his county, to keep Pei Yaoqing busy. Of course, he also received the benefits. It was said that His Majesty was very satisfied. The commoners also became more stable. They all had an income, and there were fewer people who did bad things. The Yamen didn't have much work to do. Minister of Finance, there's something I don't know. Chang, and is governed by 2 counties. I heard that Pei Ming's mansion was the one who made the arrangements last year. Is Li Ming's mansion willing to do so? Some businessmen started to stir up trouble. I am on your behalf. Guanbai looked at the other party and laughed. Haha, we are all working for His Majesty. As long as the commoners are living well, it doesn't matter who comes up with the idea. He knew what the other party was thinking. He also felt uncomfortable at first. Why should Chang cause so much trouble? Later, when he received the benefits, what else could he say? Especially the commoners. After the curfew, they stopped making trouble. They were more stable than a few years ago. The underground forces in Pyongkong Square were still well behaved. During the Lunar New Year and the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the obedient underground organizations earned a lot of money. The disobedient ones held on. When their subordinates received little benefits, some of them ran away and did not want to work with you anymore. Minister of Finance, you are right. But I have a heart-wrenching matter today. Do you remember to give me a document for the recruitment of craftsmen? Huang Xianrong drank a big mouthful of wine. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Yes, but it was not written by the magistrate. It was a private matter. Guanbai explained the situation. At the same time, he was proud that his words were effective. Someone said that you are not good enough. In the past, he did not have time to deal with you. Someone who has zhuangzi. Huang Xianrong continued. Guanbai knew that the other party wanted him to stand up for him. At the same time, he was angry. My words are not effective? Yang Huanjin added. He also called Minister Wei of the Ministry of Works Old Wei, Prime Minister Old Liu, Old Yao, and Old Zhang. Which Shuangzi is it? Maybe I did not take good care of it. In the future, I will take good care of it. Guanbai's words were filled with killing intent. Guanbai, how do you want to take care of it? At this point, a voice was heard from another room. Who is it? Guanbai asked angrily. Shua. 3 screens were pulled open, revealing the people on the other side. There were 4 of them. 3 of them were sitting, and 1 of them was standing. It was obvious that he was the one who pulled the screens. He did not recognize the rest of them. It was an old man. Guan Bai stood up at the same time as the documents he had brought. He bowed his head. Minister Liu, Minister Yao, Minister Zhang, and Minister Wei, I did not know you were here. Guan Bai did not understand what was going on and hurriedly apologized. He was too loud and had disturbed the people eating. Hua la hua la. The other 6 merchants stood up amidst the chaos. The 3 ministers and 1 minister were eating at the side. Let me ask you, how do you want to take care of it? Lu Huaishan asked again. Which Shuangzi? Guan Bai was not stupid. He could tell that Minister Lu's tone was not right. He turned around and asked the merchants. The one east of Ba River. A merchant said. Before he could finish, Guan Bai asked the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Dongzhu? Yes, that's him. He was disrespectful to you. The 3 ministers and Minister Wei. Another merchant nodded. Guan Bai took a deep breath. He wanted to cry. How could he have known that this group of people would take the documents he had written to Li Yi? Old Yao, that brat Li Yi called you Old Yao. Did you teach him a lesson? Lu Huaishan smiled and turned his head to ask. Yao Chong also smiled. That brat is still so kind to me. Is it Old Wei? Old Zhang? I'm not old. I'll go back and ask him why he called me that. At the very least, I'll have to eat 3 meals with him at Zhuangzi. Zhang Chong said with a calm expression. Wei Jigu sighed. I think I'm still young. I'll go with Daoji. What about you, Old Lu? This old man is old. Old Lu will be Old Lu. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Minister Guan for taking care of. Lu Huaishan said. I didn't know. Minister Lu, I'm innocent. Guan Bai was sweating profusely. What he wanted most at this moment was to throw these 6 people down the stairs. Are you tired of living? Didn't you see the Qianyu guards when you went over? Didn't you know there were palace maids and eunuchs? Any official in Chang and who had some connections would know what was going on. With a clatter, the screen was pulled up layer by layer. Lu Huaishan didn't want to say another word. Eating was more important. After eating, he would go home and see how the construction of the house was going. A voice came from the other side. I'm the one who suffered a loss. I'm not old. I'll remember this. I'll go back and find Li Yi to make up for it. Keep your voice down, the walls have ears. Another voice rang out, and then there was no more sound from this side. Give me the document I wrote. Guan Bai stretched out his hand. Yang Huanjin hesitated, but still took the document out of his sleeve and handed it over. Guan Bai took it. Didn't you say it was to repair the boat? You're taking it to the Li family Zhuangzi? Didn't your fellow villagers tell you about Ba Shui Zhuangzi? Why are there always people who aren't afraid of death? After saying this, he turned around and left. What was there to eat? If they continued to eat, it would be their last meal. The document followed. Before leaving, he turned around and gave the 6 people a thumbs up. You're amazing. Chapter 291. The 6 businessmen naturally could not continue eating, even if the food smelled really good. What should we do? Someone asked after they had walked a long way outside, and the 6 of them stopped. Li Yi said 10,000 caddies of well salt for the blueprints. Another person asked, 10,000 caddies is not enough. How much salt are we transporting this time? Give us 5%, Yang Huanjin said helplessly. 5 million caddies? The person who asked earlier felt his heart ache. They spent the new year outside and the 15th day of the first lunar month. A few big salt merchants transported 15 million caddies of salt to Chang, and by water, 15 million caddies of salt from the governor's office and the surrounding areas was enough for them to eat for 1.5 months. They ate less now, but it was enough for them to eat for about 4 months. When there were more vegetables and wild vegetables, everyone would use salt to pickle all kinds of things. Some were eaten during normal times, and most were eaten during the winter when there were no vegetables. They were all pickled vegetables and salted vegetables. It was just like the two countries in the Korean peninsula during Li Yi's time, both north and south. Of course, the people in Tang and were relatively wealthy and knew how to make salted vegetables for meat. This included cured meat, salted eggs, etc. On days when there was less meat, they ate hard, drank water, and ate salty things. Li Yi's northeast was like this. They could not lack anything. When the older generation ate, they could not lack salted vegetables and pickled vegetables on the table. Yunnan, Sichuan, Guizhou, and other places were like this. Salted vegetables were not unique to the Northeast. It was just that there were too many salted vegetables in the Northeast. The spicy cabbage in the Korean peninsula was called kimchi, but the real kimchi was from Sichuan. The difference between the two was huge. They were not the same thing. A Northeasterner went to South Korea for a vacation and wanted to buy some kimchi to eat at home. In the end, when he saw the spicy cabbage over there, he was shocked. "You call my spicy cabbage kimchi?" Northeasterners do not recognize it. We only recognize Sichuans. 5 to 6 yuan per catty. Sometimes the spicy cabbage was only 2 yuan per catty at a special price. Here, I am spending more than 40 yuan to buy it? Do you think I am stupid? At this time, there were no chili or spicy cabbage in the Tang dynasty. There were many kinds of pickled vegetables, not just cabbage. So, there was a lot of salt used, and the salt was not pure enough. 15 million catties of salt was more than 30% of the profits. 5% of the profits for free. That wasn't just 5%. 5% of 15 million catties was 5 million catties. 30% of the profit was equivalent to 9 million catties of salt. 1.5 million catties of salt was nearly 17%, which was more than 15%. Here, a shoe merchant gritted his teeth. He knew that he had offended someone. Ever since Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong failed to reach an agreement, he had offended Li. As expected, Li Yi kept calling the prime ministers old, or something. He had also heard from his fellow townsfolk that the prime minister was magnanimous and that he could win people over with virtue. Thus, on the 2nd day of February, the dragon raises its head. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong once again arrived at the Ba River Bridge with the others. The members of the Qianyu guards had changed, so they didn't know each other. Everyone ate steamed dumplings, stuffed mutton with scallions, and drank mutton soup. He also sent 2 bolts of Sichuan brocade to the Qianyu guards for them to divide among themselves. He didn't try to hide it anymore. He had said the same thing. Just give it to him directly. There was no need to put on an act. The 4 people from the palace came to pick them up again. On the way, they didn't hear the sound of children reading. The content they heard yesterday was too shocking. Why is it so quiet today? Huang Xianrong wanted to ease the pressure, so he asked, "Today is the exam. They will take the exam according to what they learned." Dongzhu said that there will be a small exam every 5 days and a big exam every month. He wants the children to get used to the exam. Chui Lu trembled when she said this, because she also had to take the exam. Dongzhu had thought of this. She would study in Zhuangzi and give the books when she returned. Then, she would take the exam when it was her turn. If she failed a certain subject twice in a row, then Dongzhu would find Gao Lisher to replace her. Knowing so many secrets, once she was replaced, the result could be imagined. When the 2 of them saw Li Yi in a daze, Li Yi was buried in writing and answering questions. Li Yi discovered the secret. He asked the system for the exam materials, medical content. Then he looked at the questions and answered. There were no fill-in-the-blanks choices, right or wrong. It was all dialectical. He first read the relevant books, then wrote on paper and compared it with the correct answer. Wasn't it just an exam? Learn. He was different from others. Others only needed to pass, but he had to pursue full marks. Otherwise, he would tell the patient that he was 60% confident during the surgery. A success rate of 60% depended on the surgery. The appendix or assisted childbirth had a success rate of 60%. The other party turned and left. 6%, no, 6%. The other party still left. Li Yi was strict with himself. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong did not know. Just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by the eunuchs and palace maids. They led them to the side to make tea, snacks, and dried fruits. Li Yi finished another question and compared it with the correct answer. He nodded. It was okay, not bad. He did not need to write every word the same. He put down the pen, rubbed his wrists and eyes, turned his head and said with a smile, "Have the two of you discussed with the others to cooperate?" "We bought the blueprint, 5 million caddies of salt." Yang Huanjin's voice was a little hoarse. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's talk about the other two things." "Li Dongzhu, please speak." Yang Huanjin put on a look as if he was being cheated. "I want 200,000 caddies of hu beans, the same price as Chang, and buying them in bulk. I want as many shu peppers as you have, especially Dahong Pao, the same price as Chang, and buying them in bulk. This year's mustard lumps need to be dried in the shade first, then shipped over. 500,000 caddies, the same price as above. As for the salt, well, you want, don't look for me. I only have a small part in this, a very small part. As for who took the big part, I believe you can give me 150 times the price of my original blueprint. You should know something, right?" Li Yi offered benefits. Although the price was the same, his demand was huge, and the other party still had a lot of profits. At the same time, he also provided a piece of information that money could not buy. Who would dig the salt? Well, there. Li Yi was just used to business negotiations, but he was not willing to take advantage of the people of Shu. He was not willing to take advantage of anyone. If he had the ability to make money, why should he bully others? He was not from Sichuan, but he had a high opinion of Sichuan. According to history, Li Longji ran to Sichuan during the Lushan Rebellion. At that time, Li Longji was in a sorry state, but the people of Sichuan still protected him. Later, the Tang dynasty fell and the Song dynasty appeared. During the northern Song dynasty, the people of Sichuan were still at the front. The Mongol army had to run around Sichuan, or else they would be beaten. In the end, they were still beaten. That was how the Mongol Khan Munga died. When the Ming dynasty came, there were still white poles in Sichuan. During the war, the flag of the Sichuan army fluttered in the wind. Whenever China was in danger, that place with many ethnic minorities would use countless lives to support the Central Plains. But that place was still so beautiful, and so beautiful. In history, the Shangxi merchants were unreliable, the Lu merchants were unreliable, the Min merchants were unreliable, the Liao merchants were unreliable, the rich merchants in each place were unreliable, and the Shu merchants were reliable. No matter what the Shu merchants did, when the country was in danger, they would stand up. There were even people who said that if Shu did not lose, China would not die. Chapter 292. Li Yi knew history. That was why, when Li Yi took 5 million caddies of salt, he felt that there was no problem. However, he had to return the same amount of profit to the other party. He also told the other party that there was nothing he could do about the well salt. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but they felt Li Yi's sincerity. He bought a lot of things, threw out a lot of money, and revealed an important piece of information. The two of them weren't stupid. They were very smart. They were able to call the Prime Minister and Minister Old Wei, Old Yao, Old Zhang, and Old Lu. They were also brothers with Pei Yaoqing. He said that there was nothing he could do about the well salt. Was there a need to say who was behind it? This piece of information alone was worth 5 million caddies of salt. Li Dongzhu, since that's the case, the two of us will go back. After getting the news, Yang Huanjin was ready to leave. Don't. You haven't taken the map yet. It's useless for you to see it. You can't take out the map from the imperial court. Whoever gives it to you will die. You still have to take it from me. It's very detailed, including how to solve the problem. 1. 5 million caddies of salt. I'll sell it to you for 30 coins per caddy. 45 million. It's not a loss at all to get this technology. Besides, we have more cooperation in the future. I won't let go of the Shu lands. If you have any difficulties, you can send your trusted aide to ask. Li was calm. The map and the description were very important. They could only see a part of it. How would they solve the problem if something happened? Could they see it? Nothing happened now. It was impossible to bribe the imperial court. Yao Chong was arresting people. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were not so nervous this time. However, when they heard Li Yi's offer, the two of them did some calculations and understood that as long as they spent some money to transport some items over and sell them to proprietor Li, they would be able to earn back 5 million caddies of salt. Why didn't he say that they would continue to transport salt? The production of salt was limited. There were few wells and ponds. This was the salt they had saved up. The next time they came, there would be less salt and other things to replenish. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Yesterday, Yang Huanjin wanted to express his apology. Li Yi waved his hand. There will be more benefits in the future. Everyone can earn money together with the higher-ups. However, if the Tang dynasty goes to war, we won't have enough baggage, so I hope you can wait. The Shu lands will not shirk their responsibility. Before Li Yi finished speaking, Huang Xianrong expressed his stance. Li Yi smiled. He believed it. He felt that it was quite interesting. There were many ethnic minorities in Sichuan. Normally, it should be chaotic. However, every time the Central Plains came out, the Shu lands immediately followed. If the Central Plains did not give up, the Shu lands would not compromise. After the war in the Central Plains, when it was time to recover the territory, it was easy to come over from Shu County. It was unlike some other places where they still had to fight hard. He wasn't from Sichuan, so he couldn't figure out what was going on. But he had to admit that the people there were very friendly, different from the ethnic minority areas in ancient times. Perhaps it was because the civilization and the beautiful land had its own pride and did not acknowledge the other berserkers. Don't go. Let's have lunch together. I have something good. I'll give each of you 2 caddies of chili sauce. Just 2 caddies. Do you have Wang River Inn now? It's the inn beside the Shu River. It's similar to the Yellow River Inn. Li Yi did not let them go. He decided to take out the chili sauce for lunch. There were no chili in Shu lands now, but did not mean that the locals did not like to eat spicy food. There were also chili sauce in Hunan and Hubei. Oh, it was now called Shannon Road and Qianzhong Road. No. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong shook their heads. They were in a good mood. They did not expect Li Dongzhu to be so easygoing. Yesterday, they were the ones who made a mistake. They wanted to use their power to suppress others. In the end, the young man Dongzhu said a few words of truth and suppressed them. You guys can make one. I have a couplet. It's very interesting. The first couplet was, Wang River Inn, 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 Wang River Inn. The second couplet was, Moon reflection well, moon reflection shadow, moon reflection well, moon reflection shadow, 10,000 years, moon reflection, 10,000 years. Then go and use it as a gimmick. Make both the inn and the well. You can earn more money. In the future, I will have a place to look for you guys. Li Yi said to the two of them. He knew that the people in Shu lands loved literary talents. It was the same as the people in Suzhou. In this era, it was even more prominent. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong's eyes lit up. They felt that this was good. Li Dongzhu, did you compose this on the spot? Yang Huanjin asked. Li Yi shook his head. No, I copied it. Huang Xianrong expressed that he understood and asked with concern. Have you killed them and buried them? You guys know about it too? Li Yi was depressed. He wanted to say that he was really copying. Why did they treat this as a joke? Chung and has spread. It said that Li Yi killed people and copied thousands of works. Countless talents were buried by the river. Yang Huanjin said, "Who the hell made this up for me? I'm really copying. You guys believe it, right?" Li Yi emphasized, "Yes, you'll copy it as you chat." "Li Dongzhu, I want to despise you. You're a literary thief." Huang Xianrong cooperated with an "I really want to despise you" look. "Okay, you guys are good." Li Yi expressed that he was convinced. Who was he talking to in the beginning? It was just a word of grudge. In the end, it was an unintentional word that spread among the people. Every word became a classic. Lunch. The chicken in the dry pot was fast. The drumstick meat was not very tasty. It was too thin. Then it was dipped in chili sauce. This was the flavor. "Brother E, do you still have this sauce? Why is it so spicy? If you bring it to us, you can definitely sell it for a high price." Yang Huanjin was sweating profusely. He said while wiping his mouth with the bamboo paper on the table. Li Yi did not touch the dish at all. He was also afraid of spicy food. It was mainly because he drank white wine. Drinking white wine and eating such spicy food. One mouthful was simply too much. Today's main dish was braised chicken. There was a special pot that was made into a dry pot. The dry pot was actually stewing the vegetables bit by bit. It was different from dry stir-frying. At that time, Li was very smart. It took at least 2 hours to cook the vegetables in the dry pot. What should he do? Stir-frying, adding oil. The temperature of the oil was very high. When frying, add a little bit of water. After that, put it in a small pot or a small jar. That was the dry pot. So, when he bought a dry pot of potato chips, he found that there was a lot of oil at the bottom. First, the potato chips were dipped in oil. Then they were stir-frying with other ingredients and placed in a container. Even if you know about it, what else can you do? The dry pot now was different. It was indeed stewing for a while. Later, the fire would be lowered slowly. The taste of the soup entered the ingredients. Dipped in the spicy black bean sauce, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xinrong were sweating profusely. Sichuan was as humid as Lingnan. Fortunately, Lingnan was still hot, and the humidity could dissipate. The heat in Sichuan was also stuffy. Without chili, everyone ate other spicy food to relieve the heat. After eating chili sauce today, Yang Huanjin wanted to eat more. It would be best if he could eat it every meal in the future. Li Yi was holding a braised pork trotter in his hand. He looked up and said, "Sichuan pepper oil has the same effect. It can be used as a variety of Sichuan peppers." He had achieved his goal of inviting the two of them to eat. Since they wanted to eat, they had to plot the land to grow it. Planting all kinds of Sichuan peppers required a lot of land. This was to promote the new fertilizer method and increase the lifespan of the plants. Or should I exchange for chili sauce for the two of you? Chapter 293. During the meal, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong introduced the scenery of Sichuan to Li Yi. Li Yi had been there before, but at that time it was full of buildings, especially Chongqing, which was the most interesting. When he finally climbed up, he found that it was the first floor. Now, there were not so many buildings there. It was all mountains. Except for the city in Izhou, which was relatively good, the other places were very dangerous. Many people died every year when they cut down trees and put them on rafts. If they did not put them on rivers and relied on land transportation, more people would die of exhaustion and accidents. The road in my place is not very good. Usually we go to Chang and buy water and take a big detour from the south. Yang Huanjin took a sip of wine and lamented the difficulty of traveling. Huang Xinrong said, "I heard that Li Dongzhu has a lot of good ideas to build a road to Sichuan." "No, I don't." Li Yi shook his head. He could not think of any ideas to build a road from Sichuan. There were now official roads, plank roads, mountain roads, and small roads. Many years later, if the road was good, it would still be dangerous to drive, unless it was a railway. The road would collapse and the roadside would be mudslides. With that kind of mechanical equipment and the need for population development, It was difficult to build a good Sichuan road. Not to mention now, the population was small and could not afford to build it. It's better than now, right? Huang Xianrong still hoped that Li Yi could do something magical. In a few years, depending on the situation, maybe we can build a normal road and directly blow up the mountain rocks, instead of digging, burning, and pouring water now. Li Yi thought of using gunpowder to blow up the road, but it was still difficult. When the Tang dynasty encountered a big rock, they would either go around it or burn it. When it was hot, cold water would be poured, and then the rock would explode layer by layer. I'm looking forward to it. Huang Xianrong did not want to think about it after a few years. After the meal, Li Yi gave each of them a small jar of chili sauce. He also gave a set of drawings and small models and dozens of normal tools to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi began to empty the warehouse. 5 million caddies of salt was not a small amount. Li Yi did not intend to sell it. He had a use for it. Li Dongzhu is not the kind of person to bully others, Yang Huanjin said to the others after returning to the meeting. Everyone nodded. In any case, they had already given out 5 million caddies of salt. Come. Let's discuss the matter of planting Sichuan pepper. Let me tell you, Huang Xianrong began to explain how many things Li Yi needed to buy and how to plant them in the future. As long as those things were planted and supplied for a long time, they would be more profitable than selling salt. Hu beans, mustard greens, and Sichuan peppers were not worth much in the Sichuan region. There were many of them. If they were shipped to other places to be sold, they wouldn't be able to make enough money for labor and shipping. For example, during the spring festival this time, as soon as they entered Chang, and the employees and helpers took a lot of money to spend at brothels and secret places. Big businessmen and managers were rich. When they entered Kong Square last night, there was suddenly no one to welcome them. He couldn't find any women inside. It was rumored that the women of Kong Square found excuses to refuse someone who had offended Li Yi. This time, they didn't even find excuses. They just didn't want to receive them, even if they had money. Let's go and have fun tonight. The news of 5 million caddies of salt must spread. Yang Huanjin decided to bring everyone to have fun. Let's arrange for the other salt first. If the local salt merchants try to lower the price, we'll make it clear that no one is allowed to lower the price. Someone suggested. They were worried that someone would use the excuse that they had offended Li Yi to lower the price. Or they could say that with the new well drilling technology, Sichuan salt would be cheaper in the future. The real war had begun, and negotiations were difficult. On the other side, Zhuangzi and Li Qingqi rushed over in the afternoon. When they saw Li Yi, they laughed. "Brother Yi, you must have made a lot of money this time." "It's just a fair exchange. I didn't bully anyone." Li Yi shook his head. He knew about the rumors about him. The Prime Minister was magnanimous and won people over with his virtue. "Yes, our brother Yi has always been easy to talk to. It's just 5 million caddies of salt. How long does Zhuangzi plan to eat?" Li Qingqi was worried. The amount of salt brought by Sichuan last time was enough to feed the capital for several months. 1/20th of it was enough for a small county to eat for half a year. In a few days, Zhuangzi's affairs will be settled. A lot of salt will be taken away. We need to hire people from Chang. And Li Yi told him his plan and was about to set off. It was more than 1,000 miles in a straight line, and with the winding roads, it would be good if they could reach their destination in a month. "Are we going to the east of Taihang Mountains? Why don't we use water transport? It's faster. I'll contact you, and you'll pay for it." Li Qingqi had already guessed the situation. When he heard that his brother had a boat, Li Yi thought of something. "Brother, if we use a boat from the Ba River..." "No." Li Yi said halfway and rejected his idea. The Ba River was connected to the Wei River, and the Wei River was connected to the Yellow River. If they wanted to go from the Yellow River to Hunan and Hebei, they would have to go through Sanmen Gorge and Xiaolangdi. The road was too dangerous. "Brother Yi, is the drought there the worst?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes. The problem is not the drought. It's the people from the top to the bottom, the officials and the people who are ignorant. Li Yi was sure that the drought had not changed. What's the use of you going there? It's dangerous. Why don't you stay on Zhuangzi and arrange for someone else to go there? Li Qingqi advised. He did not want Li Yi to go too far. Firstly, he was used to having Li Yi in Zhuangzi. Secondly, it was a matter of safety. Brother, do you still remember the children's performance during the Spring Lantern Festival? Help spread the news there and publicize the news of that couple. Li Yi did not mention whether he would stop or not. Instead, he mentioned the performance. Li Qingqi heard this and laughed. There's no need for me to spread the news. It's already spread like crazy. The more it spreads, the more strange it becomes. Strange is good. Li Yi smiled. Since everyone was so superstitious, he would spread the news. Since that's the case, I'll get in touch with the water transport company for you. Li Qingqi agreed and rode away without further delay. When he arrived at the palace, the sky was a little dark. If he goes out, the wing knights will give him 500 yuan. He will take care of the expenses along the way. Doesn't he still have 10% of the profit? Give him a chance to spend it. Li Longji knew the situation and said to Li Yi with a smile, Uncle is timid. He's afraid that His Majesty will remember that there is still 10% of the profit outside. Empress Wang laughed. She already knew that the money given by earthly paradise was accounted for by Li Yi alone. Then the copper coins and silk were also stored in a special warehouse. He looked like he was ready to be pulled away by others and did not dare to move at all. Li Dan also sighed. This is the safest way to do things. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Noble consort, Lu said with pity. That child is also very pitiful. He's young, but he has to take care of Zhuangzi and many people. He's always worried about the cooperation. I wonder if he will keep the salt alone this time. Li Qingqi said, I guess, brother, he will use it to do something big. Others are greedy for money, but brother Yi is not willing to save a lot of money. Arrange the water transport. I hope he will go and come back quickly. Don't delay for too long. Li Longji glanced at Empress Wang's belly. There were more than 2 months left. What if? Chapter 294. The pottery is here. The pottery is here. Everyone come and get it. When the sky was dark at night, cars entered the city one by one. Someone shouted as they passed through the streets. After the people of Chang and mixed the mud, they fired the kills one by one. When they were done, they sent a batch over. Li family Zhuangzi was the closest, so it was the most convenient. The other counties were further away, so they had to be careful of the bumpy roads. The people came out unhappily to get their things. Many people were grumbling. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have swapped with the kills in Wugong County. They always come at night. It's not easy to pick the deformed pottery. It's a waste. Throw it away and let us use it. The other counties followed suit. Only the official kills and Li family Zhuangzi's pottery are good. There are also waste ones. Li family Zhuangzi gave us the waste ones. Evil. We won't buy anything from them in the future. The people who delivered the goods didn't say anything. It had nothing to do with them. They were only responsible for delivering the goods. Some of the embryos would crack and change shape during firing. They couldn't accept the cracked ones, and the deformed ones were brought over. Li Yi also gave Zhuangzi's deformed pottery to them. It was an extra gift. Zhuangzi didn't need it. It was a pity to throw it away. The bowl wasn't so round, but it could still hold water and rice. After the pots were burned, they piled up and turned into a box. The people were still very willing to accept it. They could hold water and feed chickens and ducks. The official kills were so shameless that they smashed it. The other counties pretended not to know. They were earning money from the official kills. The people were dissatisfied, but they knew they couldn't do anything about it. There was a large group of people who were rich enough to open ceramic kilns. When the news reached Li Yi's ears, it was during breakfast the next morning. A merchant who came to buy things said that the Wugong County's kilns gave out too many defective goods. Originally, 1 out of 10 people was bad. Now 1 out of 4 was bad. Dongzhu, the people in the city say that we are benevolent. Songda was in a good mood. Others didn't give good things, but Zhuangzi gave good things. After gaining a good reputation, people would praise him whenever he went out to greet him. What they're doing is breaking the rules. We can't let them do as they please. Otherwise, if the kilns in the other counties see this and imitate them, the commoners will be unhappy with the imperial court. Li Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Songda. Dongzhu is right. Should we ask Chang'an to take action? Songda thought of solving the problem through official means. We didn't sign any contract back then. We just mentioned it. How can the Yamen interfere? Li Yi shook his head. He felt a little disappointed. How could human greed be like this? Since they had agreed on an exchange, they would not suffer any losses in the kiln and would even make a profit. In the end, they were insatiable, and the pottery they sent became worse and worse. Pottery required a low firing temperature and did not require glazing. Why would they do something that would damage the reputation of the imperial court? Dongzhu, you have to sign it next time. Songda was also angry. We'll talk about the future in the future. Tell the kiln to prepare a kiln of porcelain. I'll give you the new glaze formula. Li Yi said to Songda. Songda was not surprised. Dongzhu wants to sell porcelain? How can I have time to sell porcelain? The kiln still has bricks and cement to burn. I'll make a prototype for others to see. If they think it's good, they can buy new uranium from me and use it themselves. I'll only sell the mixed glaze, not the formula. If they have the ability to use the glaze to calculate the formula, I'll announce it. No one can monopolize it. Li Yi did not believe that those people could easily analyze the ingredients of the mixed glaze unless they had advanced equipment. Songda did not understand. Dongzhu wanted to burn porcelain and sell the glaze. What did that have to do with other people giving the commoners broken pottery? Li Yi looked at the manager in a daze and said with a smile, If you want to buy, turn the broken ones into good ones. For every broken one, make up for 10. Li Yi came up with this idea. Whoever wants to destroy it, I'll deal with them. Wugong County, right? They're excluded. Their broken pottery will be replaced by other people who want to buy it. Li Yi stated his purpose. Today he came up with an idea and someone destroyed it. Tomorrow he came up with an idea and someone would cause trouble. Wasn't this the same as the reform? The reform was good, but the people implementing it were not good. He wanted to teach the others a lesson. Whoever didn't do as he said, he would make sure that whoever didn't do as he said would be ruined. Problems could not be spoiled. If they collapsed, they needed support. Just by the kiln. Otherwise, don't think about using that kiln to burn porcelain to make money. Otherwise, there would be new materials, little by little. Songda vigorously nodded twice. He did not even eat rice. He took 2 buns and chewed as he walked. He went to tell the other side to prepare an empty kiln. When Dongzhu came up with the new glaze, they would burn it for a few days. Li Yi ate slowly. He had a lot of glaze formulas that he did not have now. Glaze was actually color. Different glazes would show different colors after firing. There were also mixed glazes. It was getting more and more difficult. Li Yi's craftsmanship was very high, except for special colors, which could not be fired. Everything else could be done. Now, the price of pottery was not low, not to mention porcelain. 1 copper coin to buy a beautiful porcelain plate with a beautiful pattern? Dream on! At Li Yi's time, a wholesale price of 5 cents. He could get as much as he wanted. Countless factories rushed to sell and even took the initiative to lower their prices to get orders. 2 yuan was not enough to buy porcelain plates and bowls that were cheated, so one could imagine how much the cost would be. According to the analysis of the data that had been unearthed, taking out the glazes of Middle Tang, Late Tang, and Songsher was enough to attract a lot of people. Now there was a Tang Sankai, however, that was used for burial. The monochrome glaze could be used to burn porcelain. It was not burned to look like a burial object. It was just drawn on the porcelain plate. That was for the living. After sleeping for a night, the people who saw the ill-shaped pottery in the morning got angrier and angrier. They felt that they would not be happy for the rest of the day. A set of 8 bowls. Why did one of them look like that? How did they complete a set? If 2 of them were smashed, 6 of them would be a set. They might as well give them to others. They would see who had the same pottery as them and send it to them. They shouted that if they did not buy the ceramics of Wugong County, they would go on a march. When they met someone, as long as that person was willing to talk, they would say bad things about Wugong County. At first, they only talked about the pottery. Later, it seemed that there were no good people in the county. The people of Wugong County argued in Chang and almost fought. Why did they attack their territory? Wugong County continued to send bad pottery to Chang'an. It was getting worse and worse. They probably brought all the pottery that they did not have time to smash. As for whether the people who got these pottery would buy their things in the future, they did not care. You all used mud to exchange. Did you have the money to buy them? A few days later, the Li family Zhuangzi appeared in Chang, and with a lot of porcelain. They went directly to the East Market. Many people began to watch. What good things did the Li family Zhuangzi take out? The team came out again. Today, I'll show you the new porcelain from the Zhuangzi kiln. Song De was in charge of leading the team. He shouted with a loudspeaker in his hand. At the same time, he opened a car and showed the porcelain inside. There were light blue, dark blue, gray, green, grayish green, light green, and other colors. Some of them even had transitional colors. The onlookers were surprised. They had never seen porcelain of such colors. Chapter 295. The color of the porcelain was about the same. It was probably because of the thickness of the glaze. Also, something unclear happened during the burning process, causing the color to change. Steward Song, did Li Dongzhu figure it out? Someone came over and picked up a bowl. He looked at it against the sun, looked at it with his back to the sun, and touched it with his fingers. Why can't it be Dongzhu? Can't it be what I thought? Song asked. You ba. This person spat out rudely, causing the surrounding people to laugh. Look at the color of the porcelain. If you like it, leave your name and address, and I'll send it home. Song De waited for everyone to stop laughing and shouted with a loudspeaker. Can't you just leave your name and address? Someone shouted. Who knows if what you leave is real or fake? Song De did not agree. I'll go first. Someone wanted to write. Are you selling? Can't I buy it? Another person said, Yes, buy it. Words of agreement appeared. 100 grams for one. You can choose whatever you want. Song De said, Okay, I'll write. The person who said he would buy it was convinced. He knew that the price should not be so high, but he had no choice. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. A few days ago, the salt merchants of Shu paid 5 million caddies of salt as compensation. If they were to sell it, it would be a big deal. Let's see. What good thing is 100 grams for one? If the price is wrong, then don't blame me. No wonder. It's such good porcelain. The sound of the yellow door came from outside the crowd. Someone squeezed in and saw Song De. So it's Supervisor Bai. Come, I'll give Supervisor Bai 2 sets. Song De saw the yellow door and packed it with a smile. Plates, bowls, cups, and plates. There were 8 of each in a set. Some small sets had 4. No. Ah, yes. The yellow door wanted to refuse, but he thought of something and nodded. A total of 10 people came out. Each person had 2 sets. They rearranged and stacked them together. It did not take up too much space. They borrowed a car from Song De and rushed back. They did not buy anything else first. Giving something was more important. When they went out to buy things, they did not bring their own cars. They always asked someone to send them. Sometimes they would pay normally, sometimes they would lower the price. Those who did not want to sell could not. So what if the yellow door? If you bully me, I'll report you. However, there were some who didn't want to offend others and felt that it was all right, so they sold it. When he went back to report the accounts, the prostitutes quoted the market price, and he kept the extra money. At Songda's side, a group of people gathered around to write. Those who did not know how to write had the help of the village owners. The words written by the village owners were not good-looking, and there were even mistakes. The names given in the Tang dynasty were different from the names given by Li Yi's people. They were more like the names of the people from South Korea. No, South Korea had always used the naming habits of the ancient people in China. Then, many famous brews made it sound so good. In fact, it was like this in ancient China. It was just that the modern people were not cultured in naming things. For example, Lu Huaixin, Yuan Qianyao, Pei Yao Qing Li Yuanhong. Especially this Li Yuanhong. Didn't he sound like someone from South Korea? However, he was a legitimate member of the Tang dynasty and had even been the prime minister, including Zhang Jiajin, Meng Wenli, and so on. The characters were very difficult to write. When the people who were selling things in the East Market heard that there was a gift, they all came up and told their addresses. There were even people with high status who directly threw a name card. No, not throw. They gave it to Songda with both hands. Just like Li Yi's routine of giving business cards, it had to be done with both hands. It was the kind of thing that businessmen threw casually. It was more casual, but it could not be said that they did not know etiquette. The prostitutes rushed back, bypassed Fengyu, and went straight to Yang Siluan. Just now, when we went to the East Market to buy things, we met Steward Songda. The Li family Zhuangzi took out a new color of porcelain. It was very beautiful, and each of us was given 2 sets. We did not want to take it, but then we remembered that it involved the Li family Zhuangzi. We had to take it back and let others know. When the prostitutes saw Yang Siluan, they said it as fast as they could. "You brought it." When Yang Siluan heard Steward Songda, he knew that the situation was serious. He did not criticize the prostitutes for bypassing the higher-ups and coming directly. Zhuangzi's 4-wheeled carriage is very stable. There are thick bamboo plates under the carriage as shock absorbers. The prostitutes even knew this. The Li family Zhuangzi's carriage had undergone a new modification. The requirements for the steel of the springs were too high, so layers of bamboo were used as shock absorbers. They were placed on the supporting axles of the wheels. The ones in the palace were also modified. "Let's go." Yang Siluan did not waste time. He called the prostitutes and drove the carriage directly to Li Longji. Not long after, Li Longji was holding a bowl in his hand and looking at it. "The porcelain is ordinary, but the glaze is good. Tomorrow, I will go to Zhuangzi to get some back. One kiln needs a lot of porcelain, and brother, he does not need that much. The pottery in Zhuangzi is enough." Li Longji was not polite at all and prepared to ask for it. Zhuangzi's porcelain was mostly for experiments. After it was done, it would not be used. It was all pottery and could be thrown casually. The handmade porcelain base, made by children, could be burned out. Whoever made it would have to put it on display and not care if it was thrown. It was useless to cry. It was impossible to open a kiln for them. They would have to wait for another chance. Obviously, most of the newly baked porcelain would be stored in the warehouse. Why did he think of burning this? Li Longji asked Yang Siluan. Yang Siluan shook his head. "I don't know. It's not for sale. It's only a gift. If you want to buy it, it's 100 yuan each. Naturally, no one will pay for it. Leave the things behind and return the carriage." Li Longji did not ask any more. He would ask him personally tomorrow. The next day, Li Longji did not attend the court assembly again. He brought Empress Wang to Zhuangzi early in the morning. "Uncle, do a blood test. I only ate a little last night and did not drink much water. I've been hungry and thirsty since today." When Empress Wang saw Li Yi, she first asked for physical examination. Li Yi drew blood and did an ultrasound. Everything was normal. He ate. How big will she be when she's born? Li Longji asked Li Yi when he sat down to eat breakfast after choosing his own breakfast. About 6 caddies. In theory, she can give birth naturally. I'll be back soon to arrange things. The main thing is to bribe the provincial government officials. Then, I've prepared people with the same blood type in Zhuangzi. I've done a blood test. There's no problem. When the time comes, even if it's amniotic fluid embolism, I'm 100 times more confident. Li Yi wanted to say that he was 50% confident, but he did not dare to say it. For patients, there was no such thing as probability. It must be successful. Simply put, amniotic fluid embolism was when amniotic fluid entered the mother's blood and various reactions occurred. It required supportive treatment. If there was a problem, medicine would be used to target it. Then, a large amount of blood would be used to dilute the amniotic fluid that entered the blood. If there was insufficient blood plasma, any hospital would be useless. What blood type the villagers had was recorded. Fortunately, there was no special blood type such as Rh type. Sister-in-law was naturally an ordinary A blood type. There were many villagers with a blood type, and O blood type could be used for emergency treatment. If it really did not work, Li Yi was prepared to exchange for white blood, which was human blood. It would be used in combination with other blood types to ensure the safety of the pregnant woman. Li Longji did not understand. The only thing he knew was that if brother Yi could not do it, no one else could. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Empress Wang said honestly. Every pregnant woman would be scared at this time. Especially in the Tang dynasty, the mortality rate, sister-in-law, don't be afraid. After the first one, you and third brother will have a big nest. Li Yi said with a smile. That's a rabbit. Empress Wang reached out and patted Li Yi's head. Today's 5 chapters have ended and will continue tomorrow. Thank you for your tips. You guys have spent a lot of money. There were also recommendations and collections. The recommendations actually made it into the top 100. As a newcomer, I never dared to imagine how many books there were in the entire Qijian. The recommendations made it into the top 100. It's useless to say anything else. Work hard to update and ensure the quality. Chapter 296. Brother Yi, why did you think of making new glazed porcelain? Li Longji, who was drinking the soup made from the wild vegetables in the greenhouse, finally asked about the serious matter. He did not think that Li Yi was bored enough to make a kiln of new porcelain as a gift. The matter of exchanging clay for pottery, Wugong County. Li Yi explained the situation. There was a place that went too far by selling broken pottery, which broke the rules of the industry. According to the rules of the industry, anyone could tear down the other party's kiln, but the people did not dare to do so. Because this matter was led by Chang, and they're destroying the reputation of the Tang dynasty. More importantly, they know that I am the one behind this, but they still don't give me face. Maybe they think that I, Zhuangzi, am a newbie in this industry, so they are disdainful of me. Li Yi did not say anything more. It was enough to express his attitude. Uncle, asked the governor to investigate them. Empress Wang said as she stirred the soup back and forth to cool it down. Li Longji shook his head. At that time they did not sign a specific contract. Punishing them without teaching them is torture. Brother Yi, you don't want to do that, right? Third brother is right. The process of exchanging them was not clear. So we have to deal with them through other means, otherwise they will not accept it. Otherwise, if we deal with them in the name of the people today, won't someone use the same name to harm people tomorrow? The rules of the industry must be found by the industry. I have to let them know that some lines cannot be touched. Li Yi was also using a spoon to cool down the soup. This morning's soup was commonly known as cat's ear soup. It was made from wild vegetables that usually only appeared in May. They were furry and had a furry texture. Its scientific name was tingyu. When it bloomed, it was yellow, but when it bloomed, it would not taste good. When other vegetables were planted in the greenhouse, the seeds in the soil would grow out. The dandelion leaf soup that Li Longji was eating now was the same. If he did not eat it, there would be a lot of hair later, and it would be like a parachute when blown by the wind, including platycodon. There were also wild plants growing in the greenhouse. Li Yi did not let anyone touch it. Let it grow, and then plant it when there were seeds. Platycodon grandiflorum is a traditional Chinese medicine. It is used to treat coughs, but it is irritating to the stomach. At the same time, platycodon is also a vegetable, which means shushan, to Dalaki Korean, gobao bellflower. At Li Yi's time, it was very cheap in the beginning. He had dug it up when he was young. Later on, some Chinese medicine merchants started hoarding it, and it became expensive all of a sudden. Just like licorice, it was stir-fried and would also stimulate the stomach. However, the main ingredient of licorice tablets was not licorice, but ephedrine. Most of the time, licorice was used to neutralize medicinal properties. Licorice was used in patches, not stalks. Li Yi did not plan to eat the platycodon now that it was still growing. Just like carrots, it did not bear seeds in the past and grew for many years. The difference was that carrots would freeze to death in the northern regions without using greenhouses. They would not be able to bear seeds, but platycodon was not a problem. Of course, the cat ear soup was the most delicious thing. It had a unique texture. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to in the soup for breakfast. They found that this brother Yi and uncle also had a bad temper. Whenever they were angry, they would produce new glazes. In the past, they seemed to be such a peaceful person. However, when they met someone who did not follow the rules, they got angry. If others were angry, they would only be angry at themselves. There was no good way. However, when brother Yi and uncle got angry, it was different. Wasn't it just porcelain? Then let's see who was better in porcelain. After a few days, there are still a few kinds of glazes. I have to go out. Otherwise, I will kill the kills in Wugong County. I won't see them compromise. Li Yi shook his head and said. He seemed to be regretful. Uncle, come back soon. Your nephew is waiting for you. Empress Wang reminded him. I will be back soon. If you are not around, I will be worried about others. There is a transportation. I will go and deliver the gifts. I will be back in a month. There is still a month or so of observation. Li promised. Brother Yi, now that things have come to this, shouldn't you tell us about the situation? Li Longji had been thinking and finally found out that there was a drought this year. The east of Taihang Mountains is dry. During the transition between spring and summer, locusts will wreak havoc. Prime Minister Yao's orders will not be effective. According to my calculations, since it is the transition between spring and summer, the winter wheat will be fine. However, the autumn grain will be gone. Next year, there will be another drought. If we don't kill the locusts this year, they will come again every year. We can't stop them. This year, the provinces and prefectures will resist the orders. Next year, Prime Minister Yao will issue a strict order and the situation will be better. However, for the next 10 years, the locusts will not be able to be killed. The main wheat production area. Li Yi finally said it. He knew that Yao Chong had sent hundreds of workers to fight against him. He also knew that Yao Chong was a narrow-minded person. However, he still told the Heavenly Mountain about the benefits. It was because of this plague of locusts that Yao Chong wanted to kill people. When looking at a person, you can't judge him by his black and white. You should use his talent, not his virtue. Otherwise, there will be no one to use. Evil is the most important. When it comes to behavior, there is no good person in the world. Filial piety is the most important virtue. When it comes to behavior, there is no filial son in the world. Li Yi said it out loud. He believed that his third elder brother should know who he was referring to. Li Longji's eyes suddenly turned red. He felt that it would not be a problem to deal with Yao Chong later. Look at my brother Yi. He knows what you have done, but he thinks that your existence is good for the Tang dynasty. He even spoke up for you. This is the true magnanimity of a prime minister. How many people do you want to get rid of for your own power? My brother E is so law-abiding. He knows that the kills in Wugong County are wrong, but he still has to follow the law and not punish them. He goes around in a circle and acts according to the rules of the industry. Brother E said that there is a plague of locusts this time. You should say something. If you keep silent, I will replace you. Empress Wang's eyes narrowed into crescents. Although she always looked carefree, she was not stupid. How could a fool help her man get the throne? She knew that Yao Chong was a troublemaker, but her uncle did not care about him at all. Today, she finally made things clear. It turned out that her uncle had been assisting Yao Chong. Yao Chong, when you find out Brother, E raised these chickens and ducks to eat locusts. Li Longji finally understood. No wonder Brother E asked the Zhang village to raise them, and also asked the imperial plantation to help raise them. They also provided all kinds of artificial incubation techniques and fed the chickens and ducks maggots. Only chickens and ducks that were used to eating meat tasted good. Then there was the century eggs. Brother E had been preparing for this year's drought, and the locusts appeared. Yes, but it is not enough. The total number of chickens and ducks in the plantation is less than 20,000. I am going to let the people know that chickens and ducks that eat locusts can lay a lot of eggs. There are also pigs that grow quickly. Li Yi did not hold back. In the entire area east of Taihang Mountains, tens of thousands of chickens and ducks were useless. They could not be eaten up. Fortunately, this year was the first year, and there were not enough chickens. He would make a sample and teach the local people how to artificially incubate them. Next year would be the most important year. Uncle, what about the salt? Empress Wang suddenly asked. 5 million caddies. Send it over and sell it. We will make century eggs and salted eggs for the people. Thank you to the salt merchants of Shu County. Li Yi nodded. It was good that the other party came over. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to get salt. Brother E, can you not go? Li Longji was still worried about Li Yi's safety. Me not going? If I don't go, who can successfully bribe? Bribing is not as simple as giving money directly. Li Yi shook his head. He sold medical equipment, and he knew that it was useless to give money directly. He also had to buy clothes for other people's children and get tickets for amusement parks. He had to take good care of other people's parents and recognize them as godparents. When other people's wives wanted to buy branded goods, they had to send a car to protect them. When other people's mistresses wanted to have their hair done, they had to be separated from the main wife. Also, this was the highest level of bribery. If you don't agree, if you stick to your principles, it is useless. I will start with the people around you. Those powerful salespeople were not as passionate and filial to their own families as they were to the target's family. Some of them were the head of the hospital, and the parents of the attending physicians. I know why they are doing this, but we like it. If you can't accompany us, they will accompany us. It was the same no matter what he sold. It was the same no matter who he sold. It was not easy for them to raise their children. Either you use their things, or you don't have to care about us. We don't need your filial piety. Chapter 297. Brother E, is it okay to bribe them? Li Longji felt very awkward. Whoever doesn't cooperate, so what if I kill you? Bribing is not the goal. The goal is to make them cooperate. To be honest, grasshoppers are delicious. The key is that the grasshoppers of our Tang dynasty are not poisonous. If it's desert locusts, even chickens and ducks don't like to eat them. They taste bad and will be poisoned if they eat too much. It's the same for humans. Third brother, I'll catch some grasshoppers this summer and fry them. They're crispy and fragrant. Li Yi mentioned the species of locusts. The Chinese locusts were actually not bad. They were much worse than the desert locusts. The desert locusts secreted toxins. When there were a lot of desert locusts, they would eat each other when there was not enough food. The Chinese locusts did not have that problem. Locusts were very profitable. Moreover, if the locusts were dried and ground into powder, both livestock and humans could eat them. They could be fried in a wok, skewered, and roasted. The taste was not bad. Li Yi was thinking about how to eat them, but Li Longji was angry. He believed Li Yi's words. There must be officials and civilians who did not kill the locusts but knelt instead. They also needed other methods of bribery. Empress Wang was calmer. She was actually a woman with her emotions. She said, "I know about the performance on the 15th of the first month. That man and woman can't eat because of the drought and the locusts?" She grasped the main point. Yes, the program that day specifically mentioned this matter. Li Longji was shocked. He looked at Li Yi. "Brother Yi, you not only helped Empress Wang that day, but you also have a trick up your sleeve?" Big Brother said that the news has already spread. If we control the locusts like this, I believe that many people will think about the content of the program and cooperate. Li Yi admitted that was what he meant. Otherwise, why would the male and female protagonists have to escape with locusts? Any reason would be enough. The program performance and publicity naturally made everyone unhappy with the locusts. "Brother Yi, I'll think of a way. Find the higher-ups and ask the wing knights to go with you. No matter what, you need at least 500 of them." Li Longji had said last night that he would send wing knights. Now he wished that he had tens of thousands of wing knights. That way, he would be able to give Brother Yi more manpower. "I didn't think so before. I always thought that Brother Yi was a little silly to love the Tang dynasty and seek benefits for the people. Only now did he understand the depth of Brother Yi's plan. The two prime ministers, Yuanji and Daoji, seem to be quite pitiful. Brother Yi knows that you two are narrow-minded. But how much do you know about Brother Yi's schemes? If the two of you know about this, Sai." Li Longji felt sad for Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo. Their little schemes were useless. Impeaching this and impeaching that is nothing more than your own rights. Look at my brother Yi. He spends all his time writing books in Zhuangzi. He always has a carefree look on his face. Zhen's brother Yi will not impeach anyone, even if the Wugong County's kills are in the wrong. Brother Yi will deal with it in the same industry. He could deal with whoever he wanted without the slightest bit of anger. He was calm and collected. Even when he was swindling people, he was still so gentle. Li Longji compared and reached out to rub Li Yi's head. Empress Wang followed suit and rubbed his head. Li Yi. The 4 palace maids and eunuchs were eating and listening at the side. They were all dazzled. Dongzhu is indeed Dongzhu. So amazing. Wow. Brother Yi, will there be any problems in Chang'an this year? Li Longji was now in a state of not asking the heavens, but asking the ghosts and gods. Every workshop will dig deep wells. Some things will seep into the original latrine pits. Many people will fall sick, and no one will be able to find out. Li Yi mentioned the problem of water pollution in Chang and had 108 workshops. It was enough to have 4 to 5 pressure wells in each workshop. He couldn't solve the problem of pollution infiltration and couldn't build a water plant, but it was not a problem to dig wells. Big Brother's Craftsman Alliance would take some time to do it. As for whether the water below was hard water, Li Yi didn't think about it. How much more to think about? This was the Tang dynasty. It was better than washing clothes and eating food upstream, right? You live at the head of the Yangtze River. I live at the tail of the Yangtze River. When you pee, I drink it. Fortunately, it was far away. Otherwise, he would have gone over with a knife. Therefore, this was not a poem about love at all. Therefore, when Li Longji and Empress Wang went back after eating, Li Yi held his guitar and played a song that had nothing to do with love. Waves run. Waves flow. Thousands of miles of the surging river never stops. Washed away, the world affairs are mixed into a surging tide. Is joy, is sorrow. Can't distinguish between laughter and sorrow in the waves. Li Yi played and sang by himself. He didn't want to bribe people. But where in the world did not bribe people? Therefore, he never taught the children honest things, because when they grew up, no one would be honest. Since that was the case, why should he cheat the children? What was the use of drawing a beautiful picture? Those who taught the children, was there anyone who was honest? This was the reality. Thousands of twists and turns, thousands of beaches, still can't calm down the struggle. Li Yi continued to sing. This song was still in the pentatonic mode, but there was a change in the rhythm. Xin Yen, everyone, and the others who had eaten breakfast in the cafeteria were about to practice when they suddenly heard a sound. They immediately rushed over and watched Li Yi play and sing. Li Yi sang very wholeheartedly. The most amazing thing about this song was that it was a song for Shanghai Beach, but there was no mention of Shanghai Beach. It was just like the dream chaser in Flying Fox of the Snow Mountain, the one who let the spring breeze blow your long hair. That song was originally written for San Mao, but after some changes, it became the ending song. It sounded quite artistic. Li Yi thought about it and sang it 3 times. If he sang it again, it would become an alarm clock. Xin Yen and the others remembered it. Then they looked at Li Yi with a coquettish look. There was indeed something good. He sang it casually again. Everyone was unhappy and surrounded him. Li Lang, this is... Xin Yen asked on behalf of everyone. This is the one that wrote the end of the Yangtze River, right? It's the water flowing and flowing and then turning and turning. Li Yi really did not know how to explain it, so he did not explain. There was that place now, but the geography of that place was slightly different. Moreover, it was not as prosperous. Can you still write the orchestration according to those songs you wrote before? Xin Yen did not care how Li Yi made it up. They just wanted to get the music out and what kind of instruments were there. Some of the instruments made by Zhuangzi, they felt that they had discovered another world and could be added to the previous instruments and music scores. Other than making changes to the various rituals and music for the royal family, the other parts were easy. There would always be people who would write new and different sentences, and then if it was good, they would compose a song to sing. If you sing this song too much, aren't you afraid that the people in Pyongkong Square will not accept it? Li Yi was worried that the people in the Tang dynasty would not like some of the songs. What we sing, others will learn. We are the everyone. Xin Yen gave Li Yi another answer. They were the trendsetters. In the entire Tang dynasty, who would dare to say that the songs of Pyongkong Square were not good? Chapter 298. Li Yi and a group of beauties were adjusting their musical instruments. With the foundation of military musical instruments, they quickly picked up the new songs. As they said, they represented height. Whatever they sang, others would follow. The only place that could compete with them was the pear garden. They had to interact with each other in the pear garden. Li Longji, who had left, sat in the car with a gloomy face. Empress Wang pouted. Both of them were in a bad mood. As one of the Tang dynasty emperors, I can only watch a young man run around. Li Longji expressed the grievances in his heart. Empress Wang rolled her eyes. San Lang, if what uncle said is true, they're going to choose people now and get ready to replace them at any time. When things calm down, they'll be dismissed and investigated. Whatever they took, they'll be spat out with interest. Li Longji turned his head. In his eyes, Empress Wang had become the figure who advised him to break into the palace that night. At that time, he wanted to retreat. It was this figure who gave him advice and supported him firmly. Later, when he became the crown prince, this figure helped him stabilize the harem in the East Palace. When he became the emperor, he stabilized the harem. He looked so amiable. At this moment, the two figures overlapped. Li Yi hadn't made a move yet, but this side was already thinking about settling the score. Okay. Li Longji's mood improved a lot. He had thought it through. The great Tang lacked many things, but it didn't lack officials. Let's go to the East Market. Li Longji didn't want to go back to the palace. He wanted to find a lively place. The car went straight ahead and entered the Chunming Gate. After passing by Xingqing Palace, they arrived at the East Market. As soon as they arrived, they heard cheers. There's water. There's another well. It's very deep. Hurry up and push the dirty water out. The water from the previous well is sweeter than the original one. Hearing the crowd shouts, Li Longji smiled again. As Brother E said, dirty things will seep into the well from the cesspool. In the future, we should dig a few wells in each workshop. Empress Wang expressed her support. Yes, Ti's well is very dangerous. If a child falls in and is discovered too late, he will lose his life. Li Longji thought of the well that Shuangzi had prepared for the children. Darren is not afraid. If there is a winch, the bucket will be in the well. If Darren falls down, there is a rope and a bucket. If Darren pulls the rope with all his strength, he will get stuck. The rope of the pulley was not long, just long enough for the bucket to go under the water. Wells that did not use pulleys had manhole covers. If a child wanted to help an adult work, it was easy for him to fall into them at every step. In the past, they were used to it. Without pressure wells, everyone felt that it was normal. Now that he had something new and compared it, he realized that the sealed well was better. For places that were frozen in winter, they only needed a piece of iron pipe. For places that were not frozen, they would use bamboo. When the car was some distance away from the front, it stopped and a large drilling rack was moved over there. Shouting slogans, a group of men moved the shelf to the next place where drilling was to be done. Otherwise, it could only be dismantled and reassembled. When the drilling tools in the palace are finished, all the other wells in the palace should be filled. When Empress Wang mentioned the well in the palace, her expression was not very good. Every year in the palace, there were eunuchs and palace maids who accidentally fell into the well and died. Thinking of this, she touched her bulging belly and smiled again. Without a child, her control over the harem was weakened. When the child was born, she was ready to make a move on the harem. To make it clear who was the boss of the harem, as the big shelf was moved away, more people gathered around, and the strong ones pressed the well with all their strength. The front and bottom of the well arm was connected to a bamboo board, which moved as the arm moved up and down. This was used to prevent people from accidentally reaching their hands over and crushing it, especially when someone was pressing it and the child was standing next to them. The child's hand would naturally touch the big belly of the well. As he touched it, he would touch the place where it was connected. The water that flowed out was still muddy. In front of them, people continued to dig trenches to lead the water to the pond in the East Market. In the future, a small canal would be built here with stones, and there would also be a groove at the position of the well. The shoe salt merchants who were negotiating continued to watch. In their eyes, what was left was brine, and it would become salt after being boiled. The shoe salt merchants already knew that the biggest salt wells would be owned by the higher-ups, but they were not afraid. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Standing on the ground, how could they know if there was brine or gas below? The emperor could not occupy all the places. At most, he could only occupy a small part. The other areas were believed to be no worse than the places occupied by the emperor. Look at the salt merchants' excited faces. They want to snatch the good places from me. Ha ha. Li Longji saw a group of happy people through the window and said with a smile, "Uncle has divided more than 100 small places. He said that there are 4 places with brine and gas, 12 with gas and the rest are brine." Empress Wang also smiled. She believed that if Li Yi said there were places, there must be places. There was no need to ask the reason. What she did not know was that, in order to find places, Li Yi checked a lot of county records, especially those in Zhegung. The specific location in Zhegung could be directly matched. The other places had a range because the terrain changed in the Tang dynasty and later. The location chosen was the kind with a large storage capacity and not particularly deep. The one more than 1,000 meters deep was not needed for the time being. Whoever wanted to drill could drill by themselves. It's clear, it's clear. A few more times. Let me have a taste. Is it sweet? Someone stood there and shouted. Others took bowls and waited for the water to look completely clear. They reached over and took half a bowl and drank it. The weather was still cold. When the well water came up, it was cold and bone-chilling. The people who drank it did not care. Sweet. Delicious. We will drink this water in the future. Let me have a taste. From now on, this well will be called Li Well. Li Longji gave a name. In the future, as long as someone dug a well, they would say Li Yi's name. This was what Li Yi deserved. He took out good technology. The people had one more choice to get water, especially in places with deep water. It was relatively easy to drill a well. What was the use of a well when drinking water by the river? Let's go back. Li Longji was happy. He wanted to go back to work. The people in the Eastern market lined up to get water. They seemed to think that drinking a mouthful of water would bring them good fortune. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, saw Li Longji's carriage in the crowd, but he did not go forward. He took a bowl and lined up. After taking half a bowl, he walked out of the crowd and looked at the sky. Li Yi has saved countless lives. When there is a drought, he will dig wells one by one. He will always be able to get water. He sighed. After drinking a mouthful of cold water, he shivered and sighed. He muttered, "This year, King Song will take care of all the work for the wells. He will also look for craftsmen in other places. Wherever there is a need for wells, the craftsmen in the area will be pulled into his alliance." He realized that he understood. It was not easy to take the emperor's money, so he took it out and gave it to King Song. King Song will groom many skilled craftsmen to take over the work of digging wells in other places. The profits will go to King Song. I wonder if Li Yi will be able to get a share of the money from the alliance? Wei Zhigu muttered. Chapter 299. I'm still willing to flip hundreds and thousands of waves. Am I hard enough? Everyone, please stop for a while. When the waves are enough, I've also had enough. Li Yi helped everyone with their instruments. The group of people let him sing. Sing once, adjust, sing again, adjust again, and continue singing. After singing for a while, Li started to hate the song. The tune was not nice, and the lyrics were even worse. Li Lang, we just want to hear you sing. A girl laughed and shouted. The other girls laughed as well. I don't love anymore. Li Yi grumbled and jogged away. The laughter behind him got louder. On the 12th of February, Li Yi finally finished copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and threw it to the students to copy. The books were not bound, and they were copied separately. The speed was fast, and they would be able to copy a few books by tomorrow. The calculations and struggles in this book were more interesting than the 36 stratagems. Dong Zhu, the people who bought the soy sauce, said that they want newly glazed porcelain. Songda came over. Do they like it? Li Yi asked. It's not about whether they like it or not. It's just that there are no other porcelain of this color. Dong Zhu, maybe you don't want to know the popularity of newly glazed porcelain. Songda's words were more tactful. Okay. How much are they willing to pay? Li Yi did not argue and asked for the price. 8 plates, 8 cups, 8 plates, 8 bowls. The set is 30 pieces. We agreed that this is the current price. In the future, it will be cheaper. Song Dishian gestured 8 consecutively and then 3 fingers. Spread the word. Whoever wants to buy can give this set of porcelain a glaze, 3 pieces. Li Yi did not intend to sell porcelain himself. If he sold porcelain, he would have to burn it himself. Selling glaze, mixed glaze. A set of 3 pieces was not cheap. Some porcelain needed to be glazed 2 to 3 times. In addition to the painting, if it was underglazed, the painting would be done first on the base, and then the glaze would be applied. If it was underglaze. According to the records, there was such a technique, but it was not spread outside, especially since there were no kilns around the capital. Glaze painting was to first apply a layer of glaze, then burn it. After burning it, paint it. If the painting was wrong, the porcelain would be ruined. In addition, the waste rate during the firing process was not low. A set of glazed porcelain was sold for 3 taels. Other kiln-fired porcelain was sold at 30 taels per set, and one could earn 3 to 5 taels. Everyone would burn together. As the quantity increased, the price would gradually change. Porcelain could be sold further away. but the transportation had to be very careful. Similarly, Zhuangzi's glaze was also sold to the outside kills. Songda's breathing quickened. Sand E, selling a set of porcelain glaze? Oh my God, I'm rich, I'm rich. He knew what kind of glaze it was. It was made of lime and some grass ash was added. After washing it, it turned into powder. During the matching process, Dong Zhu took the equipment to analyze and adjust the details. After this kind of glaze was made, it had to be brushed or poured on the base to give the glaze color. The key was that the cost was low. 3 glazes, which was 3,000 yuan, was enough to make 1,000 sets. Dong Zhu, can they figure out what kind of glaze was used? Songda was worried. Others can give me the same glaze, and I will use all kinds of equipment to test it. After that, I will mix and burn it. I should be able to figure it out in half a year. Li Yi gave an answer. With the equipment, not to mention the raw materials, even the ashes from the kiln could be analyzed. Hearing Li Yi's words, Songda relaxed and a smile bloomed on his face. Zhuangzi had something more profitable, and he was not afraid of others snatching it away. If anyone wanted to snatch it away, they would have to go through the Qianyou guards outside. When he left, he walked briskly. He first went to find Hu Ernyang to share his joy. Hu Ernyang had been promoted and was in charge of all the women in Zhuangzi. She would arrange for other women to be officials, and a pyramid was formed. Songda had already asked the old man to be the matchmaker and gave him some things. He waited to see if he would fall sick. All 3 of Hu Ernyang's husbands who had died before they were married had all died at this stage. It was so strange. They waited and waited, but Songda did not fall sick at all. Thus, the entire Zhuangzi, including the migrant workers, the Zhang family's village, and the imperial plantation, knew about it. They all said that Dong Zhu had done a good deed and nothing could get close to Zhuangzi. Hu Ernyang cried a few times because of this. Finally, she did not have to be pointed at anymore. It's not that I don't jinx anyone. It's just that the feng shui is not good. Look, I've changed places. The person I found is capable and is in charge of the entire Zhuangzi. He is talented and good-looking. Is he sick? No, right? Even her sister-in-law treated her much better. Originally, her sister-in-law was afraid that she would jinx her brother's family, such as her children. The news spread quickly. The Li family Zhuangzi did not sell porcelain, but new glaze. Someone else bought a set of porcelain glaze for 3 days. Other than Chang and Wanyan counties, which did not have any kills, the people from the other counties in Chang, and were tempted. They rushed back as fast as they could to report to the kills. Xingqing Palace. The 3 prime ministers and the Minister of Works were chatting after they finished their business. There was a small tea table in front of each of them. There were snacks, dried fruits, and tea on the table. Li Longji ran down and sat down. He sipped his tea and watched the 4 people appreciating the porcelain he brought back. He brought many sets. There were also large vases, small pen holders, and other types of porcelain. There were many sets of bowls and plates of various sizes. Just as he said before, one kiln could make a lot of porcelain. Zhuangzi did not need it. Your Majesty, I heard that Li Yi wants to sell a set of porcelain glaze for 3 days. Some people say that he is making too much money. Yao Chong was jealous. Who are these people? Li Longji asked. For example, the kills in Wugong County. Some of them have shops in the capital. Zhang Shua helped to name them. Do you know why Li Yi brought out new glaze? Li Longji was angry when he heard about Wugong County. Isn't it to make money? Zhang Shua felt that there was no other reason. Before the 2nd month of this year, the people of Chang, and who had no work to do, had to knead mud to make a living. You should know about this. Li Longji brought up this matter. The 4 people looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then they closed their eyes in tacit understanding. Li Longji continued to drink his tea. He believed that as long as the 4 people were not stupid, they would understand. As expected, not long after, Wei Zhigu opened his eyes and said, Li Yi does not plan to sell the new glaze to Wugong County? How many good things does he have? How many tricks does he have? Lu Huaishan asked. Zhang Shua shook his head. As expected, we can't make him angry. So many people have been unlucky. How can there be someone who is blind enough to bump into him? Yao Chong picked up his bowl and drank a mouthful of hot tea. He held the bowl and said, "This person's actions are hard to predict. Your Majesty, he must have more recipes. Why don't we ask for them from Yao Qing?" Li Longji said lightly. "I don't dare. If he doesn't give them to me, what can I do?" Yao Chong told the truth. If Li Yi didn't give them to him, could he use torture? "One set each. Take them back. The new ones haven't been made yet. There's no place to buy them outside. Take them home and look at them." Li Longji didn't want to say anything more. He gave each person one set. In the four people's ears his words became, "Go back and think about it. A large group of people are being bullied. You pretend you don't know. Is it because you have no choice? Or because you don't want to care?" Chapter 300. The four of them each had a set, so they couldn't carry it back. When they left Xingqing Palace, Wei Zhigu left in a hurry again. "I found that Li Yi has a weakness." Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and said. Yao Chong listened, but didn't reply. Zhang Shua said, "Li Yi loves the people, so we can use them to threaten him." "Good idea. Capture some people and bring them to Zhuangzi. Ask Li Yi if he wants to hand over other good things. If he doesn't, kill them." Lu Huaishan praised and had a specific plan. "Good idea. I'll have to trouble the two of you. I'll ask His Majesty to give you an intact corpse." Yao Chong also agreed. "Of course, it's impossible for us. If it were Tubo or Turkic spies, Li Yi might." Zhang Shua said from another angle, "Doji, are you saying that Tubo and Turkic spies captured the people of the Tang dynasty to threaten Li Yi, and we're just going to sit back and watch?" Yao Chong glared at Zhang Shua and walked in front with his hands behind his back. "I'm just joking." Zhang Shua chuckled. He seemed to be quite happy. The next day, the people who rushed to the kills in each county couldn't laugh. Owner Li of the Li family's farmstead in Ba Shui had said that whoever gave him a defective product would compensate him 10 times if it was fake. At the same time, the people of Wugong County would discuss the compensation with other counties. Wugong County was not allowed to buy new glaze. If other kills bought glaze to Wugong County, once it was discovered, not only would they not sell the glaze this time, they would also not sell the glaze in the future. When the news spread throughout Chang, and the big businessmen who thought they knew Li Yi better sneered. "You deserve it." Li Yi came up with an idea to give the people of Chang and more work to do. Those with kills could earn money. It was a good deal for everyone. However, you played tricks and didn't give Li Dongzhu any face. How could the magnanimous Prime Minister Li Dongzhu lose face so easily? Are you stupid? Crippled, right? The kiln in Wugong County. Give it to him. Continue giving it to him. The commoners who received pottery that was obviously different from normal pottery were still upset before today. Suddenly, he realized that the weather was too good. Look at the dark clouds. Layer by layer, it made him breathe freely. Yes, it was a cloudy day with dark clouds looming over the city. From this, it could be concluded that a person's mood might not necessarily change with the weather. "Quick, my family didn't throw them away. Return me 10 of them. If I don't exchange them, I won't be able to buy new glazes." But these guys have been assembled into a complete set. Take out the extra ones and use them. I exchanged 2 bad ones with second uncle's family for a good one. Can I get it back? My child accidentally dropped a badly shaped one, so it counts, right? Li Dongzhu is a great philanthropist. He has been helping us find jobs. That's right. I want to betroth my daughter to Li Dongzhu. No betrothal gifts. Alba. He to a. Uft. The commoners who received bad pottery ran home to take it out and asked for compensation. Our Jailing County kiln will compensate. If you get bad pottery from Jailing County, come over. We will record it and give you the next batch. The Jailing County kiln compromised in order to get the right to buy new glazes. You can only buy them after you bring them over. You are not allowed to buy them now. The commoners were afraid of being cheated again and made a request. Our Lantion County kiln will compensate. Union County kiln agrees. Huayin County kiln agrees. One by one, the county kilns agreed. Let's discuss how much pottery Wugong County has left. We don't need them to take any more. We will pay 10 times the previous defective ones. We will give them one by one. In order to reduce their losses, they stopped Wugong County from taking any more. Otherwise, Wugong County would pay 10 times the compensation. Wugong County is taking advantage of us. They don't need to give us enough. We can earn the rest for free. Someone said, sarcastically, Wugong County not giving them any more pottery was indeed taking advantage of them, but their losses were greater. If other places started to use new glazes, Wugong County would not be able to get them. They could only burn the original variety, and the price would be much lower. If a new glaze was in the hands of a kiln, they would have to face pressure from all sides. If they could hold on, this kiln would become a famous kiln. If someone sold glazes, they would give all the other kilns except for one kiln. That would be the end of the business. The people who came over from the Wugong County kiln all looked pale. Everyone was selling pottery. In fact, they did not earn much, especially the capital government. Almost every county had a kiln. Now that the other kilns had obtained new glazes, they would have to sell the old ones at cost price to raise funds to buy more glazes. What about Wugong County? Could they not open the kiln? Could they not open the kiln? Could they change their profession? Li Yi, I will fight you. You bullied Wugong County. Someone suddenly shouted, looking like he wanted to fight Li Yi. The people around him pulled him back. Some hugged his waist, some pulled his arm, and some hugged his neck. Some people came over with pottery to register and shouted, when you Wugong County bullied us, didn't you think this day would come? That's right. You can bully others, but you can't let others not sell to you. Your Wugong County kiln is amazing. I am from Wugong County. Don't drag the entire county into this. This year, we will use Li Dongzhu's good farming tools and fertilizer. Let him go. Let him go. Who will he fight with? Can he get into Zhuangzi? It's okay if he can't get in. If he sneaks in, he will be beaten to death by the farmers. When we need the mud for your kiln, we pick out the big grains of sand. You just give us those broken things. His Majesty said that it is easy to bully the people, but difficult to bully the heavens. The people began to attack again, criticizing the Wugong County kiln's bad behavior. Some people even wiped their tears as they spoke. They had been wrong before. Their hands were swollen from kneading mud. They had to soak them in hot water and continue kneading the next day. The other people from Wugong County did not stop them. The person who said that he would fight with his life also stopped. It seemed that he did not really want to fight with his life. Someone next to him kindly advised, "What are you waiting for? If you offend Li Dongzhu, quickly think of a way. Li Dongzhu is easy to talk to." That's right. Our salt merchants from Shu offended Li Dongzhu. We gave him 5 million caddies of well salt. Li Dongzhu also invited us to tea. The merchants from Shu assisted. Go, pay a certain price, and they believed that they could be forgiven. The registration continued. Who had what kind of pottery? They wrote it down and paid back. If one was short, they would pay back 10. The pottery was marked, and there were ways to identify the kills. The people were not short of all kinds of people. Previously, they had used a few bad pottery to exchange for good pottery. Of course, the other party did not agree. Both sides argued and negotiated, and the government sent people to mediate. For example, the two sides now split the profits. If one bad pottery was compensated with 10, each family would get 5. Or it could be 4 to 6, 3 to 7. There were also people who pestered endlessly. They brought their own pottery over. Just because it looked a little irregular, they insisted that the other party compensate them with 10. The key point was that this pottery was not obtained from this event. It was bought in the past. The kiln did not want to do this. In the past, some pottery was sold at a special price. Who knew if this was a special product? Both sides argued again. The bailiffs mediated. Can't they give a plate? This is a bowl. It's just right. The people who came to take advantage of the situation were unified. The helplessness of the kiln. Here, don't make trouble. Just this once, not next time. Chapter 301. After the registration was done, the workers of each kiln went back as fast as they could to send the unsold pottery over to compensate others. If the compensation was not enough, the people were not allowed to buy glaze from the kilns. The people of Wugong County had already left on fast horses. The people of Wugong County in Tang, and had their hearts sunk to the bottom. They knew it was useless to use money. Li Yi wanted revenge. He was not short of money. Ask the officials for help? Ask who? Ask the county magistrate of Wugong County? The inferior pottery that was given this time involved the people of Chang and Wanyan counties. How could the county magistrate of Wugong County be compared to the Chang and county magistrate and Wanyan county magistrate? The two county magistrates were not depressed? It was a good idea, but the people were angry. There were no contracts, only verbal statements and records of how much clay was sent. The two county magistrates and the two junior magistrates of the governor's office could only watch the people suffer losses, but they could not help with the law. Now that Wugong County suffered losses, how could they ask the county magistrate to fine them? Not to mention whether the county magistrate dared to do so. How could he have the face to ask? The matter was so big that the palace would know about it. Li Yi had a new glaze, and he would sell it to everyone except Wugong County. Curious? You will know if you ask around. Oh, so you? As for finding other ways to take revenge on Zhuangzi, for example, when it was dark and quiet at night. It was said that Zhuangzi had important military equipment from the Tang dynasty, so it was guarded by the 1,000 bull guards. If they were caught, they would explain that they wanted to slap Li Yi to vent their anger. Would anyone believe them? It was clearly a crime of colluding with the enemy to snatch the secret recipe of the new military equipment. The people of Chang and found it interesting. The girls in Pyong Kong Square cheered. Another one was killed. Our Li Lang is such a good person. He never looks for trouble, but some people think he is easy to bully. The girls chatted. That's right. Why don't they learn from their mistakes? They hit the wall one by one, and there are still people behind them. Just like the corrupt officials, those who are investigated feel that their lives are not good, but those who are not investigated are still greedy and can't be killed. I don't know who will bump into me next time. I remember Li Lang said that good words can't persuade a damned ghost. The imperial examination will begin in a few days. Is Li Lang not going to take it? I really want to see Li Lang take first place. Of the 42 students from Zhuangzi High School, it's best that no one fails the exam. How could he fail? Who would dare to fail? Aren't you afraid that Li Lang will be angry? The imperial examinations that they were talking about would begin on the 18th of February. Today was the 13th of February. There were still 5 days left. The exam venue would be used for a few days. There were many subjects, so they would take turns. They would not take the exam together, and the questions would be different. Li Yi had already made preparations for the banquet tomorrow. He had seen Gao Lisher today. General Gao, I've only found 2 low-ranking officials in the Ministry of Personnel. Can I find a higher-ranking one? Li Yi asked. Gao Lisher came over to take more porcelain and other things. He also took bribes. Seeing that Li Yi did not find anyone, he smiled and said, Li Dongzhu, what do you think of Cui Riong? Li Yi, he knew about Cui Riong. The Minister of Personnel was now called Cui Riong. Cui Riong was an interesting person. He always stood on the right side, but he always committed crimes. During Li Longji's Black Tortoise Gate incident, he took the initiative to participate. After that, he became the prime minister, but he was dealt with. He lost his position after a few days. Then, when he was dealing with Princess Taiping, Li Longji asked Cui Riong what to do. Cui Riong gave him an idea and hid it from Li Dan. He succeeded and became the Minister of Personnel. There was no Prime Minister anymore. He knew the information, but could he invite the Minister of Personnel? General Gao, will he agree? Li Yi felt that there was no problem with a minister coming to play. Leave this to me. Li Dongzhu listened carefully. Gao Lisher guaranteed. Then I'll leave it to you. Li Yi said. He went to take back a big bag of dried meat floss and gave it to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher did not like to eat dried meat floss. He took it back and gave it to the other nobles in the palace. He did not give it to Empress Wang. Empress Wang had a direct supply. If Empress Wang wanted to eat something, she would send someone to Earthly Paradise. If Earthly Paradise did not have it, she would immediately send someone to Zhuangzi. Others did not have this treatment. If they wanted to eat, they had to send a message to Empress Wang. Empress Wang would help arrange it. Li Longji did not care about the affairs of the harem. In the past, he could change 10 women a day. Now, he only went to find another woman once every 2 or 3 days. It was useless to blow pillow talk. He was waiting for Empress Wang's child to be born. In order to help Li Longji and Empress Wang stabilize the harem, Gao Lisher would try to get along well with others. He went back happily with a lot of things and found Cui Riong. Minister Cui, Li Family Zhuangzi has a poetry conference for the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs tomorrow. I wonder if you are free? Gao Lisher said a few words, threw down the gift, and left. Cui Riong was depressed. What did he mean? The imperial examination is coming. I still have to go and socialize. Someone came to Gao Lisher through the connections. He hesitated. After thinking about it, he went to find Yao Chong. Yao Chong was ready to get off work. It was another day. What should he eat at night? Prime Minister Yao Chong, you haven't left yet? Cui Riong asked when he saw that Yao Chong was leaving. Minister Cui, you haven't left either? Yao Chong replied politely. Alas, I was about to leave, but Gao Lisher came and said that the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs will be holding a poetry conference at Li Family Zhuangzi's place. There are only a few days left until the imperial examination. He must want us to make things easier for him. I really don't want to go, so I came to you to ask for a solution. Cui Riong made it clear that he didn't want to go. Yao Chong, help him. Yao Chong looked at him in a daze. His expression was complicated. He wanted to strangle Cui Riong. If you don't want to go, then don't go. You asked me. If you didn't go to Li Family Zhuangzi after leaving my place, wouldn't I tell you not to go? Yao Chong was convinced. He knew that the only thing he could do now was to persuade Cui Riong to go and participate in that poetry conference. Even if Cui Riong was sick, he had to bring him there. Otherwise, if word got out that Cui Riong went to find Yao Chong, Cui Riong would reject Li Yi's invitation. What would Her Majesty think? What would Li Yi think if he knew about this? At such a crucial time, the imperial examination was about to start. Would Li Yi, that petty person, not take revenge? If he took action, he wouldn't even know where the danger came from. Who would have thought that Wugong County would give him inferior pottery and Li Yi would sell new glazed pottery? Minister Cui, poetry recitals are good. Li Yi was originally a talented person, and the 42 students at his manor 2 years ago were also not bad. Think about it. How many good things did Li Yi bring out that would benefit the country and the people? Her Majesty thinks highly of it. She hopes that there will be more talents available. Her Majesty is also doing this for the people. Yao Chong said, Your Majesty, 3 times in a row, instructing the other party. His Majesty wanted 42 students, so you should go and get to know them. Don't dismiss them at the last moment. But he wants me to go to Zhuangzi. Cui Riong knew, but he didn't feel comfortable. He is an imperial physician. He is lower than you. You are a standard 3rd rank. The key is that there are good things in Zhuangzi. Li Yi is generous. For example, Huaixin's house and the medicine he gave Jigu after he fell sick. Yao Chong continued to pressure him. Think carefully. Li Yi can give you money and treat your illness. It's easy for you not to go. You just offended Her Majesty, and then someone in your family fell sick. Cui Riong never felt that a standard third-rank minister with real power was comparable to a standard fourth-rank official. But he understood. Thank you for telling me. I will go tomorrow to choose talents for the country. Cui Riong clasped his fist. You must go. Yao Chong clasped his fist. If you don't go, I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 302. On the 14th day of the second month of the lunar calendar, Cui Riong arrived with a large group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel. He had already told his subordinates that they would be here to recognize the people and receive good gifts. The Ministry of Personnel wasn't a monolithic entity. Some of the vice ministers were displeased and went to look for the other party, only to be told to follow along. Everyone understood that as long as they were still breathing, they had to participate in the poetry meet today. Of course, if they were still breathing, Li Dongzhu might be saved. At the bridge, they saw King Song. After entering, no matter who you see, you have to treat them as strangers. For example, you're not allowed to call me King Song. I'm just an ordinary relative of the royal family. My Zhuangzi is from the 6th Li Manor, and he has a few younger brothers in the manor. Third brother, you are all officials of rank 5 and above. If any of you were to say anything inappropriate, your entire family, Li Qingqi threatened. His third brother and sister-in-law were here today, and they were here to read and relax. They would be leaving in the afternoon as there was a royal assembly tomorrow. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel were stunned. The third brother of the 6th Li Manor? King Song, you're the boss, and your third brother is... Cui Riong wiped off his sweat. He had long heard that His Majesty had come to Zhuangzi, and today he could confirm that it wasn't a rumor. I'll emphasize this once more. Li Yi doesn't know. If any of you were to do a bad job, my third brother and sister-in-law will be very angry. Afraid that others would make a mistake, Li Qingqi warned them once more. King Song, we understand. 42 students, right? We'll definitely remember their names, an assistant minister replied. The others nodded their heads with all their might. Let's go in. Think carefully before you speak, Li Qingqi added. Similarly, he didn't want Li Yi to know of his and his third brother's identities. After all, if he were to come here again, brother, he might be the one to greet him. Then, when he spoke, not a single drop of water leaked, and he spoke in a bureaucratic tone. What's the point of that? Wasn't the purpose of coming to Zhuangzi to look for a place of joy that couldn't be found anywhere else? Thus, Li Qingqi viewed the officials from the Ministry of Personnel as his enemies. Sensing the killing intent, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel warned themselves that they would rather remain silent than say anything wrong. King Song wasn't usually like this, but at this moment he was anxious. Then they went to the field where the grain was dried, the open field. Beneath his feet was a large wooden plank. Before he could step on it, a gust of hot air drifted over. Then he looked at the wooden platform in the middle. There were many musical instruments placed on the platform, and a group of masters of Southern melody. Many of the children were dressed in academic robes and were helping to arrange things. Bang! A beautiful green porcelain plate fell onto the wooden plank and broke into pieces. The child who was distributing the plates was startled. She quickly put the other plates on the small table in front of her and ran to get a broom and a brush. He swept them up, put them aside, and continued to divide the plates. Then the plate was smashed. An official felt that it was a pity. Don't talk too much. The Li family Zhuangzi is rich. Otherwise, why would he beat the child? Look at the child. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Another official warned. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, the little girl still looked so happy. The other children didn't even spare him a glance, and the adults ignored him as well. Li Qingqi followed him and looked around. He didn't see Li Yi, but all 42 students were there. Some of the relatively good-looking, 220 students, who came later, were also there. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look for Li Yi. When he arrived at Li Yi's courtyard, he heard a voice. "Brother Yi, your book is good. It's better than the 36 stratagems. The masters of Southern Melody are there. You don't have to worry about them." It was Li Longji's voice. Li Qingqi gave his third brother a thumbs up. What he said was right. The masters of Southern Melody were basic skills to liven up the atmosphere and arouse people's emotions. Yes, stop Brother E and don't get involved. I'm afraid that they won't give us face or cause trouble. For example, they will insist on doing something with the beauties of Southern Melody. Li E was still worried. He wanted to deal with it. They won't. Brother E, don't worry. Li Qingqi came in and assured him. Uncle, may I ask how the Wugong County kiln was settled? Empress Wang tried to find a topic. The management of the Wugong County kiln had problems. First, they didn't have a complete plan for the business. Second, they didn't have a good grasp of the external situation. First, their management philosophy was too backward. Second, they didn't have enough internal incentives. Third, they didn't understand the consumer psychology of the masses. Li Yi said these 5 problems indifferently. At first, it didn't sound very serious. In fact, this evaluation determined everything. In other words, they did things in a mess. They didn't even know who they were in contact with. They lost a lot of money. What were they thinking every day? Did they eat rice with such trash? In the future, people won't buy our things. What's the use of having you? Yes. Empress Wang understood and nodded. Wait, what about the solution? Li Yi continued. Start by adjusting the organizational structure, improve the middle-level management, strengthen the ideological education of the grassroots staff, join the audit department, and clean up unnecessary losses from the procurement, production, and sales links. The most important thing is to introduce foreign capital and add new vitality to the county's ceramic kiln industry. Make use of the advantages of joint development and create a platform for the county's production and marketing. Rationalize, evolve, and scientifically develop the industry. Uncle, please say something else. Empress Wang found that she couldn't keep up with the rhythm. It's to take care of the higher-ups, warn the middle-level managers, maintain the lower-level managers, and then check the old accounts. I'll take the money in, and the kiln will be considered as mine. In the future, listen to me. This way it's reasonable. Li Yi said it embarrassedly. Yes, it's to take care of the people and then reap the benefits. Empress Wang smiled. She smiled slyly. Li Longji was in a daze. Li Yi patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said, Brother Yi, you're awesome. Some things can be said like this. In other words, what Li Qingqi wanted to say was, Okay. Li Longji chuckled and reached out to touch Li Yi's head. Good, Brother Yi. You're even better than those poems and books. It sounds like a mountain of fog, but when it comes to action, you're not careless at all. At this time, Li Longji felt that he didn't just open a new window, he simply kicked down a wall. Good. This is the best way to take care of people. Li Yi endured the risk of losing his hair. At the same time, he also felt that classical Chinese was nothing. At least, many people could understand classical Chinese, and the meaning was clear. Let me show you the structure of my administrative language. It's not classical at all, but I can speak it fluently, and the content contained in it. Uncle, can you say a few more things? It's very interesting. Empress Wang was less scheming at this time, and she was so lively again. Li Yi, he didn't think it was interesting at all. The waves run, the waves flow, the river flows for thousands of miles. The river never stops. At this time, the sound of women singing in unison came from outside. Other than Li Yi, who wanted to cover his ears, the other 3 were listening very seriously. After the first time, when the second time came, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi could actually sing along. Li Yi was speechless. You have such good memory? I can't even sing so fluently with lyrics. After the second time, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. would a good washed away all worldly matters and mix them into a torrential tide. Brother E, it's just like the one you wrote before the romance of the three kingdoms, right? Li Qingqi sighed. Li Longji recited, the rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in the blink of an eye. The green hills are still there, and the sunset is still red. Li Yi didn't want to say anything. He couldn't figure out whether the ancient people he met were all so powerful, or he just happened to meet such powerful people. Because the students were all not bad. They memorized things quickly, and they were also good at music and painting. Chapter 303. Li Yi was puzzled, but Cui Riyong and the other officials were touched. They had never heard this song before. If someone else sang it, they could blame them for not following the rules. But when the Southern song was sung by everyone, it represented a new trend. Moreover, this song was really good. The first time they heard it, they felt a kind of power. When they listened to the lyrics again, they felt that it was singing to their hearts. Especially when the women sang, "Love you, hate you, ask if you know," like a big river that never stops. It spoke to the lingering resentment of women. Why did it suddenly say, after 1,000 twists and turns, 1,000 shoals, the battle still can't be pacified? This song is talking about something, right? Fight, fight, men and women, love and hate. It can't be stopped, and it's hard to stop. Some officials felt this from the lyrics and the song. Yes, it gives people a sense of helplessness. We have to move forward. There's no way out. How can there be such a song? Another person echoed. The world is like a tide. People are like water. Only a few people in Jianghu can return. Isn't that right, everyone? An assistant minister said. A laugh in the sea. Li Dongzhu is really talented. No wonder Xinyan and the other everyone ran here to hide. It's not hiding. It's obvious that they've learned a lot of new things. If I have such talent, I'll change to another, everyone's place every day. So you can only think of staying overnight, but you can't. Hurry up and remember those 42 people. You can't miss the imperial examination. It's funny when I think about it. When Li Dongzhu went to find people 2 years ago, those people were so arrogant. Only these 42 people were willing to clean the livestock's feces. I heard that Li Dongzhu also cleaned the feces and went to the field to farm. That's why there are so many good things that benefit the people. Li Dongzhu is a person who has suffered. These people who were taught by Li Dongzhu are officials. We can rest assured, right? Yes, good officials. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel flattered and found reasons to recruit the 42 people. It must be said that it was not because of the box beside each person. The contents of the box had long been known in Chang'an. It was nothing more than soap, sanitary napkins, toilet water, glycerin, lighters, soy sauce, fermented bean curd, and so on. We are officials from the Ministry of Appointments. We have integrity. We definitely won't make an exception for the imperial examinations just because someone gave us something. That's not it. That's right, that's not the case. It's not enough to just send gifts. The key is that they have someone above them. Someone had already taken a peek at the items in the box and was satisfied. A year's salary was not enough to buy these items, and most importantly, some of these items were not available anywhere. As for the vegetables, there was a basket at the side. He said that he would go into the greenhouse to pick whatever he wanted to eat later. Pick them in a small basket and put them in a big basket. Someone will help to send them back. Cui Riyong, the minister, expressed his admiration. He clearly had such a big backer, but he still gave him gifts. The matter was handled well. If they still couldn't pick a good ranking for the 42 people under such circumstances, then it wouldn't be wrong for them to be taught a lesson. He had to admit that Li Yi had handled the matter too clearly. He had the connections of the higher-ups and also had practical benefits. At the same time, 42 students were not bad. If they were kicked out, it would mean that they had a problem with Li Yi. It was easy to kick out one person, but there was absolutely no chance for them to be promoted again because they would be kicked out. In layman's terms, benefits and face were given. If the backer said that if you don't do anything, then they will do you. It was the first time Chui Ryong encountered such an offensive. He thought about the Wugong County kiln and felt that at least one of the 42 students should enter the first grade. As for the first grade, it really depended on talent. Li Dongzhu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if your students in Zhuangzi aren't talented enough, I don't dare to give them the first grade. Brother Yi, after buying the kiln in Wugong County, will you still be able to handle it? Li Longji started to talk about serious matters. Wugong County was about 100 miles west of Chang'an. There were tombs there, the tombs of Emperor Yang of Sui and Emperor Gaozu of Tang. He probably felt that the feng shui there was good. Other tombs were Jiang Yi's tomb, Jiajai. It belonged to a place rich in history and culture. The relatives of the emperor sent there still hadn't figured out how to pay taxes. The situation in other counties was similar. They didn't know how to collect taxes and couldn't open their mouths. It was said that they contacted the merchants every day to get them to agree, but it didn't work. The merchants who donated money agreed. They got the money and started to repair roads and houses. The relatives of the emperor had worked very hard. At least they were better than the county magistrate. However, it was still difficult to satisfy Li Longji. Money was needed. How could they get money to repair roads and houses? The money donated could not be received into the national treasury. Li Yi was checking the information about Wugong County to see if there was anything. Chili was not good. There was chili at that time, but not now. During the rainy season, water resources were abundant. During the dry season, there was a lot of water resources. There were many herbs, trees, and small animals. The herbs were better, but the trees couldn't be cut down. Moreover, there were some that couldn't be cut down. The primary industry was agriculture and animal husbandry. The secondary industry was industry. There were no decent ones now. Kills were one of them. As for the tertiary industry, tourism, who would be willing to go there? Was Chang'an not good? Brother Yi, are you going to stay in Wugong County for a while? Li Qingqi asked when he saw Li Yi spacing out. No, send some people there. With the existence of the kilns, we can optimize the local industrial structure and let more people work. Li Yi had some ideas and was ready to give it a try. The locals won't listen, right? Li Longji actually understood the meaning of optimize the industrial structure. Of course they won't listen if there are no benefits. We can't let agriculture go. Not everyone in the local area is farming. There are always people who can't find a good job. Li Yi frowned. Wugong County was different from Zhuangzi. It was time to test his administrative ability. He didn't want to only manage one kiln. The kiln was just a breakthrough. Empress Wang said, "You want to help them and give them benefits." The benefits are what they get from their own work. I'm just giving them a guarantee. I guarantee that they won't get the money after they do what I say. I'll make up for the shortfall. Li Yi talked about the common people's awareness of farmers. If they didn't make money, they would lose their annual income. He continued, "This depends on the courage of the officials and their ability to grasp the local situation. If the officials themselves don't have the confidence, they will give an idea and let the common people do it. If they do it well, it will be the official's achievement. If they don't do it well, the official will leave. If a new official comes, the common people won't be able to do anything. The common people will lose a lot of money in a year. If it happens again, their family will be completely ruined. Yes, some local officials are just fooling around. They build irrigation works that shouldn't be built. Halfway through, they find that it's not good and stop." Li Longji clapped his hands and gave an example. There were many officials in the Tang dynasty who were demoted and sent to worse places. The common people still suffered losses. Could killing the officials make up for the common people's lost money? Therefore, when the matter of the kiln is over, and we really get the kiln in Wugong County, I'll send people to investigate in detail. Li Yi told them the follow-up. First, they had to get the kiln. The other party wouldn't let them. He had no choice. Chapter 304. Li Yi did not dare to take out any method and throw it over. It was just like his county. When he saw how the neighboring counties were making money by planting potatoes, he followed suit and realized that there was no place to sell them. There were also those who planted other crops and reared other animals. He saw others doing well and followed suit. Li Longji made up his mind. Even if Wugong County resisted, he would still get it to Li Yi. He wanted to know what Brother Yi's administrative abilities were like when he was outside of the village and belonged to other counties. Before lunch, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel left. Their reason for coming out was to check on the living conditions of the students around Chang, and they took a day off. The work of the Ministry of Personnel was handed over to those who were not qualified to come. Those who came could go home in the afternoon. They went to the greenhouse to pick a lot of vegetables and put them in big baskets. Zhuangzi said that he would send a car to each family to send them back. Going home early could make their families happy in the morning. It seemed dangerous to eat here. The 42 students who were going to take the exam in 2 days sent them to the car and waved goodbye to them. When the car disappeared from their sight, the students looked at each other with a complicated expression. Woo, I can pass the exam this year. A student suddenly squatted on the ground and cried. When he cried, the other students were touched. Some cried, some wiped their tears, and some sobbed. They had studied for so many years just for that day. Let's eat. Crying too much is bad for your health. Everyone, remember what Li Dongzhu said when we lit the methane lamp. Some students were sad for a while and tried to persuade others. Xianyan and the rest looked at them. They were used to seeing this scene every year. Those who passed the exam would cry, and those who failed would cry. The difference was that this year they had not taken the exam, but they were already on the list. The students tidied up and bowed to Xianyan and the rest. For this poetry gathering, everyone had served them for free. Dongzhu is too awesome. He actually invited the Minister of Personnel. When he passes the exam, he will become an official. Passing the exam does not mean that you will become an official immediately. You still have to learn. You have to be outstanding in your poems. And after that, you can become a substitute official. There shouldn't be any problems with Great CI and Bakui. They will still be managed by the Ministry of Personnel. If we feel that we aren't up to the task, we might as well continue to learn from Dongzhu. Then you have to stay in Chang, and you can't go to other places to be a deputy county magistrate. What Dongzhu taught is only the entrance and exit of the Chang, and do you want to move out? No way. Could it be that the people who moved out to work at home had to move to Zhuangzi from other places? Other than a meager salary, we have no other means of livelihood. The students walked towards the cafeteria and discussed the future. He wanted to continue living in Zhuangzi and learn from Li Yi at the same time, but he was not in a hurry to become a local official. They realized that they were following Li Yi. It was safe. The Minister of Personnel Affairs would find them before the exam. Otherwise, how could he have succeeded with his own efforts? When they arrived at the cafeteria, they stood outside the cubicle and saluted together. Li Yi came out to return the salute and said, "The exam is over. I will let you stay and arrange for you to go to Jixian courtyard to copy books. In fact, you will continue to live in Zhuangzi in name. I have books for you to copy. By the way, I will teach you about economic knowledge and local official struggles. An excellent official must complete his economic deployment in the struggle and make profits for the people." The students looked at each other and nodded one after another. "Yes, we will stay. Dongzhu, are you ready? What other official struggles do you have to teach us?" "Great, we really don't know." "Let's eat. Remember to be calm. Don't do too badly in the exam. How can the Ministry of Personnel Affairs let you pass?" Li Yi said again and turned to go in. The students were very excited. The road for the future had begun to be paved. "Brother Yi, you also know about official struggles?" Li Qingqi waited for Li Yi to sit down and asked curiously. "Even chickens in a flock fight with each other. let alone people. The struggle between local officials is even more cruel, and they will use all means. Li Yi didn't answer whether he knew or not. He just frowned and sighed. He used to contact the official backstage. In official struggles, he had to play support. If he won, everyone would be fine. If he lost, he needed to contact new people. At the same time, he had to continue to give some benefits to those who lost. Although it was not as much as before, the line could not be broken. What if the other party made a comeback? He also had to consider other new contacts. Once he lost power, they would be cold and still hit him when he was down. Over and over again, from the initial thrilling to the later calm. He had gotten used to it. Li Longji pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother Yi, if I don't like a county magistrate, what should I do?" "If the county magistrate is really good at governing the place, I advise third brother not to bother with him. You can even ask Big Brother's alliance to help." Li Yi gave an answer. "But what if I have to teach him a lesson?" Li Longji asked. "Teach him a lesson. If you have the ability, you can promote him to be the third or fourth leader in the state capital. He will be promoted, but he will lose his real power. Or you can transfer him to Fugua County in the state capital. The county magistrate will still be a county magistrate. He will still have some real power, but the pressure from above will be greater." Li Yi provided an official solution, which was to use connections and transfer. "What if I can't find someone from above to transfer?" Li Longji still asked. "Third brother, tell me who it is. I will do it myself. I know what I'm doing. Otherwise, if I tell you the solution, you will harm the people." Li Yi said to third brother seriously, "I will help you. Uncle, just tell me who it is. I don't think it will be possible to teach him a lesson." Empress Wang was curious. Can a civilian get rid of an official? "Yes, tell me who it is." Li Qingqi was also puzzled. "Okay." Li Yi nodded. "For example, they don't know me in Zhang family's village. I brought a lot of money to him and told him that this place is the best place to grow hemp. I collect hemp, and the price is much higher than the price of growing grain. At the same time, I will build a workshop, and the workshop will pay more. This is a political achievement. The people's income will be increased by several times. They will grow hemp and not other things. I will ask him to be the guarantor. The villagers will grow the hemp and help me build the workshop. When the workshop is almost finished, I will have spent almost all my money. When I collect hemp, I will say that I will borrow money. With the workshop, everyone can rest assured. I will not return. What if the people can't get the money after they finish growing the hemp? Ask village Chief Zhang to be the guarantor. He doesn't have much money to collect hemp. Besides, he will be stupid if he collects the hemp at a high price. If someone makes a fuss, the higher-ups will take care of him. The people will be angry. Li Yi gave away to cheap people. Then he will be dismissed. The people will be finished. Empress Wang shook her head. She felt it was not good. When he is dismissed, I will get the money back. I have new techniques that can make the hemp more valuable. I will continue to collect hemp and recruit workers. I will only lose some money from collecting hemp. I can earn it back later. But Zhang Zhao's official position will come to an end. Li Yi shrugged his shoulders. This was the process. It was not to cheat alone. That would not work. He just wanted to use money to get rid of an official. What a pity. Empress Wang suddenly felt sad. It was as if Li Yi really did it. With brother Yi protecting me, I feel warm. Li Longji looked at it from another angle. If something happens to me, brother Yi will only take care of those close to him. He will help those close to him. Chapter 305. After the meal, Li Longji and the others left. Their purpose for coming over was clear, which was to stop Li Yi from contacting the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Yi turned around and called the 42 students to class. They were going to teach mathematics. He knew that the students were excited, so he wanted to use a math class to calm them down. After solving a few questions, they would naturally calm down. In Empress Wang's car, Li Longji held a jar in his hand. It was filled with the chili sauce that Li Yi had changed. Li Qingqi was also there. He lamented, "Today is the first time I know that a businessman can cheat an official like this. The most terrifying thing about Uncle is that after getting rid of the official, he can still continue to take care of the people when he comes back. He doesn't focus on harming the people." Empress Wang admitted that Li Yi was good to the people when she was still feeling sorry for the non-existent official. Li Longji carefully put the jar aside. "When I said that I was going to teach him a lesson, he said that if the county magistrate was good, he should persuade me to cooperate with him and not hold a grudge. It was only when I said that I had to teach him a lesson that he had to choose another method. This shows that he cares about good officials, but when he has to make a choice, he always chooses to side with us. Yes, the Black Tortoise Group doesn't need soft-heartedness." Empress Wang instantly felt sorry for the non-existent official. Other people didn't dare to mention the Black Tortoise Group in front of Li Longji. Only Empress Wang didn't care. She had also experienced it. It was a battle of life and death. Anyone who stood on the wrong side would be dealt with later. Li Longji nodded. He was very satisfied with his brother Yi today. Brother Yi would side with him on major issues. His methods could be gentle or ruthless. At the same time, he would leave some leeway. If he was forced to a certain extent, brother Yi would probably be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Third brother, sister-in-law. When brother Yi gave an example, he said that he had a way to make hemp more valuable. Li Qingqi remembered something important. Didn't he say it? Empress Wang didn't think much of it. No. Brother Yi promised that he had a way to make the hemp more valuable. When he said it, it was as if he was giving us advice, not making up a story. Li Qingqi was sure that if he really wanted to deal with the county magistrate, he would ask brother Yi to do it, and brother Yi would do as he said. "I think so too." Li Longji agreed. Brother Yi had the skills, he just didn't show them. "Are you serious?" Empress Wang was surprised. After a few breaths, she nodded. "Indeed, Uncle doesn't seem to be joking. Let's see how Wugong County handles things. The kiln can't survive. Make some arrangements for brother Yi." Li Longji decided to act quickly. He was anxious and wanted to prove himself with facts. Zhuangzi didn't have any use for him. Zhuangzi's manner was Dongzhu's, and he would listen to whatever Dongzhu said. Migrant workers were similarly unpresentable. At that time, the migrant workers were unable to make a living and were obedient as long as they were given food to eat. The Zhang family's life in the village was better. Every family had a lot of spare money and was preparing to build a house this year. Li Yi was in charge of a large sum of money. If they collected business tax, the income of a village was more than that of a county. However, a village was just a village. They could only tell the officials about the changes in the county. Once Wugong County was established, why couldn't other counties do the same? The officials were incompetent. The team still went through Chunming Gate. Li Qingqi was going to the East Market to dig a well there. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel returned home, one after another. They took out the good things in the big boxes and big baskets of greenhouse vegetables for their families to see. Today, the officials were quite satisfied with the 42 examinees. They spoke clearly and generously, and their handwriting was not bad. Especially after a long period of training, their bodies were strong and their expressions were resolute. If they were asked about their literary talent, they would probably be passable, especially their speed of reciting rhymes. If they casually composed a poem and disregarded everything else, the time they spent on the rhyme was very short. Thus, it would be easy for them to pass the examination. No one could say anything. The topic of policy should be closely followed by the current affairs. Now that the Tang dynasty was in the current situation, it should not be bad. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel were evaluating the risk. If their performance was bad, how could they be admitted? There were so many scholars looking at them. Now that they were relieved, they went home to show off the good things. Their homes were all in Chang, and even if they did not have money to buy a house, they had to rent a house. They could not live outside the city. It was easy to miss the court meeting outside the city. If they worked overtime at night, they would not be able to get out of the city. Chui Ryong returned home happily. When the family learned that the head of the family had returned, they all welcomed him. Just put it at the door. Sorry to trouble you. Chui Ryong was polite to the villagers who delivered the things. The villagers also gave him 3 baskets of vegetables. He only saw it when he got on the car, and along the way, the villagers did not say anything. They looked like they came from a big family. Besides, the clothes they wore were not bad. They could not be treated as ordinary villagers in Zhuangzi. The villagers returned the greeting, left the baskets, got on the car, turned around, and returned to Zhuangzi. As soon as the door of Chui Ryong's house was closed, a big box and 4 baskets were placed on the ground. Chui Ryong, did Her Majesty reward you with something again? Chui Ryong's wife came over and looked at the vegetables in the baskets. How could Her Majesty remember me? But these vegetables, one of the baskets was personally picked by me in the greenhouse. Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Chui Ryong wanted to ask why Her Majesty would give him baskets of things, but he realized that he could not say so and changed his words. He pointed to a basket of vegetables to show off. Look, I went to the field to eat good food for our family. The people next to him came over to lift the basket and left the box untouched. The vegetables were taken away. The family could not finish eating, so they had to choose and give gifts. Use the things in this box. Chui Ryong said to his wife as he opened the box himself. His wife took a look and her face changed. Chui Ryong, there are so many good things. You can't take them. You are about to take the imperial examination. It will be troublesome if I don't take them. Those that should be ordered have been ordered. These sanitary pads can't be bought. They are for women, Chui Ryong said with a smile. He took the sanitary pads first. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with a husband getting good sanitary pads for his wife. His wife was the same. When she heard that it was not a problem, she quickly closed the box and asked someone to carry it into the bedroom. She chased the others out and pulled Chui Ryong to look through the box. Everything that was popular in the capital was in the box. Beautiful bamboo boxes were opened one by one. Inside, there was a piece of soap with a plum blossom printed on it. Looking at the box, there were words engraved on it. Plum blossoms in the corner, I bloom alone. Knowing that it is not snow, there is a hidden fragrance. Chui Ryong, look at the poem on the box. Chui Ryong said as he touched the words on the box. Chui Ryong took a look and shook his head. Li, you really don't take talent for talent. Writing a poem about the fragrance of plum blossoms. This soap must be the fragrance of plum blossoms. Chui Ryong, Li is going to take the imperial examination this year. Can you give him a helmet? Chui Ryong's wife thought that it was because of this, so she took many benefits. He is not taking the imperial examination this year, at least not in February. If he wants to take the imperial examination, whenever he says he wants to, the imperial court will give him a special examination. He is now a 4th-ranked imperial physician. Who dares to stop him? If he takes the imperial examination, I cannot be the examiner. Chui Ryong shook his head. He did not think that he had the right to participate in Li Yi's examination. So what if he was the Minister of Personnel Affairs? Now that his poems are being passed around, if he takes the imperial examination, I believe it will be successful. Chui Ryong's wife took out the items from the box. It has nothing to do with the poems. No matter how good the poems are, if it is not recorded, it will not be recorded. Li Yi, whether he takes the imperial examination or not, it makes no difference. Chui Ryong picked up the bottle of toilet water and opened it to smell. It smelled good. Chapter 306. From today until the exam, there will be no classes. You have to write the policy questions carefully. One is about the Turks, one is about Tubo, one is about the marriage alliance, one is about taxes, and one is about the drought and the plague of locusts. The last one is about the research of linen technology. As for craftsmen, the imperial court can't promote craftsmen now. You don't have to think about the salt wells of the well. That kind of thing won't be discussed now. Li saw that the excited students were listless. After class, he asked about the policy questions. Previously, he talked about the Turks, Tubo, marriage alliance, taxes, and linen technology. Now he added the plague of locusts. Current affairs must be closely followed by national affairs. At present, there were no other major affairs in the Tang dynasty. 42 students wrote it down and ran out one after another. It was too scary. Was this a question that humans could solve? As for the other tributes and students in Chang, and they had already done what they should do. Those who didn't even find a way found other people to inquire about the news. Gossip was everywhere. Those who took the Jinsher exam were guessing poems, especially the rhyme. The imperial examination poem was not only a proposition, but also a strict overall requirement. It would also fix a certain rhyme. During the second reading, 8 characters were listed, such as N, Tan, Guan, Fan, Han, Luan, Shan, and Wan. Then the 7-character rhyme, Rosy Dawn, was given. The examinees had to write a 7-character rhyme poem with Rosy Dawn. The rhyme used was chosen from the 8 characters. If the rhyme was in the first sentence, they had to find 5 characters. If the rhyme was not in the first sentence, they had to find 4 characters. The examinees had to remember that the 3rd and 4th sentences had to be matched, and the 5th and 6th sentences had to be matched. Otherwise, they would get 0 points. Many examinees were still racking their brains to find the rhyme. The students of Li family Zhuangzi had already memorized the rhyme. Not only did they memorize the rhyme of Old Man Li, but they also memorized the rhyme of Old Man Li. The rhyme of Old Man Li was similar to the rhyme of Old Man Li. It was also divided into rhymes. East. The sky turns north, the sun rises east. The east wind is faint, the dawn is hazy. The frost on the wild bridge is slippery. The snow on the river has just melted. The loyal officials' hearts are red. The sorrowful beauties' faces are red. This was cheating. When all the rhymes were found, it was many times easier than others to rank. What if this was enough? No, there was more. There was also the enlightenment of sound rhythm, which was not much different from the previous 2. Idong, clouds versus rain, snow versus wind, and the evening sun versus the clear sky. Lai Hong against Chu Yen, Su Niao against Minggu. 3-foot sword, 6 Jun Bao, Lingbei versus Jiangdong. The hall of summer and summer on earth, the moon palace in heaven, Li Yi was giving it his all. Anything that he could use as a support was given to him. When it comes to poems, come up with the questions and rhymes. We, Zhuangzi, can do it. With so many reference books, if he still couldn't write anything, he might as well die of stupidity. Do you know how many great clans are begging for a copy of this book, but are unable to get their hands on it? However, the real test was not about this. If one could write a good poem, it would only be for entertainment. The focus was on policy. It was His Majesty asking about politics to see who made the most sense. The 42 students understood. A large group of students in Chang and were running around like headless flies. Pyongkong Square was always full at night, not to seek pleasure, but to pay money to ask about the situation. Are you all still not going back? Li Yi asked Xinyan and the others during dinner. It had been a few days. Have you all been hiding? There's no hurry, Li Lang. Li Lang, are you tired of me waiting? Immediately, a beauty said with a tearful look, You are right. Let's go, let's go. I'm tired of you. Li nodded. What? No way, we will stay. The other party suddenly revealed a mischievous look. The other girls laughed. They were very willing to play with Li Yi. In 4 days, there will be the imperial examination. Why not take the opportunity to earn more money from the rich students? Here, I am not giving you any money. Li Yi persuaded them to go back. There was money to be earned. Anyway, they were different from the other girls. They did not have to accompany others to bed. Li Lang, this is even more reason why we cannot go back. Otherwise, if people see us, they will think that we are after money. When they finished the examination, all 42 students in Zhuangzi will pass. Do you think that if we go back, people will think that it is because of our tutoring? At that time, if they want to drink tea with me, it won't be just 50 taels." Everyone analyzed for Li Yi. The so-called drinking tea referred to the time difference between a cup of tea. The longest was 2 hours, and the shortest was less than an hour. It was just drinking tea and chatting. They knew the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as poems written by their predecessors. They knew everything and understood everything. When students looked for them to drink tea, it was considered a private lesson. Including Buddhism and Taoism, they also knew. In the past, every 10 days they would go to temples, and monasteries to discuss with monks and scholars. Li Yi gave them a thumbs up to express his admiration. They even made use of him. 42 students passed. What did it have to do with them? However, they had calculated it. When they were hiding, they would get the lyrics and music. When the examination was over, when others saw it, wow, they provided extra help to the students. I admire you guys. Even when I am drunk, I don't lean against the wall. I admire you guys. Li Yi said wittily. They were slightly taken aback and then laughed. Li Yi also laughed. He knew that these women had no choice. They had to learn from a young age and compete with others. Moreover, it was not popular for women to be officials now. It was not like during Wu Zetian's time when there were many female officials. Most importantly, no matter if it was the other male officials in the county or the common people, no one approved of a woman as a county magistrate. Later in history, Meng Jiao, Meng Dongya, passed the imperial examinations in his 40s and became a jinshi. A jinshi was not the top scholar. The top 3 were all jinshi. In the past, he was poor. When he went to Pyongkong Square, his talent and morals were not in the eyes of everyone. He was treated coldly. Therefore, when he passed the imperial examinations, he felt that he was awesome even though he did not get first place. He wrote, "The past was filthy and not worth praising. The present is debauched. Flushed with success, I see all the flowers in Chang'an in a day. What flowers are there in February and March?" He said that the flowers were beauties. He was not convinced. "You girls in Pyongkong Square look down on me? Have you forgotten? Now that I have passed the imperial examinations, I am awesome. In fact, everyone in Pyongkong Square at that time still did not take a fancy to him. A jinshi was enough to make you go crazy? Do you know how many jinshi came from Pyongkong Square? So what if you wrote a few good poems? Do you think we have not seen you? We already know that you have no talent in governing the world. Is Li Bai arrogant?" And then, sure enough, Meng Jiao, who thought that he had passed the imperial examinations, was just talking about it. He even said that he had seen all the flowers in Chang'an, the flowers in Chang, and still ignored him. After that, he did not have any great achievements. He just wrote poems and wrote more poems. Everyone in Pyongkong Square had sharp eyes. Not only did they look at poetry, but they also looked at other talents. Just as Li Yi thought, Xinyan and the others did not look at him for the lyrics and music. They admitted that the lyrics and music were good and moved people's hearts. But what was more important was that he had managed the manor to its current state, as well as the proper arrangements for the thousands of outsiders. At the same time, he kept showing off Li Nong's skills. A young man held up the sky for countless people. Zhuangzi did not allow men to hit women. From the poem Xiaohongqin, it was clear that he understood women. All those great talents that were praised by the outside world were just praises. Chapter 307. On the 16th of February, the atmosphere in Chang and became increasingly tense. Especially in the temples and monasteries, the number of people offering incense increased. Most of them wished for a smooth examination. Even the number of fortune-telling stalls increased. Everyone asked for divination sticks and added oil to the lamps. It was said that in the temple, the big families brought their children for this year's examination. They bought a lot of incense and enjoyed the luxury of silk being transported in carriages. Steward Song also set off with 42 students. Carriages of freshly steamed dumplings, dry biscuits, fried noodles, and pickled vegetables. The carriages in the convoy came one after another. It was still a spectacular sight. At the city gate, they first sent the non-commissioned officer dumplings and the soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, and sesame oil dipping sauce. Then, they went straight to the Grief Field Square in the west of the city. The examination was coming. Tomorrow they had to stay at home, take a bath, and have a good rest. Today was the last day they could move around. Others went to the temples and monasteries. Li Yi asked the students to send food to the people in the Grief Field Square. The students understood what Li Yi meant. When they became officials in the future, they should not think about begging for this and that all day long. The people were the most important. If the people under your rule did not have a good life, the gods and Buddhas would not be able to protect you. The students believed because they knew that now Li Yi had gathered all the people in Zhuangzi, the imperial plantation, the Zhang family village, and the migrant workers area. They could directly charge into the palace to impeach him. Civil officials above the 5th rank were qualified to enter the imperial court. With a real book of 10,000 people, whoever was impeached would have to take leave and evade. The will of the people was unstoppable. If they were annoyed, they could gather everyone to stand at the city gate outside the city. Regardless of whether Li Yi would be unlucky in the end, the impeached person would be taken down first. This was the power of the people. How did it come about? Of course, it was to give them a good life. The people in the Grief Field Square were living a much better life now. They had work to do and had more income. The food provided by the yamen was not bad. It could fill the stomach, but there was no meat or vegetables. The wild vegetables could not be dug up. The people from the Imperial Medical Department came to see a doctor. In fact, it was the doctors who brought their students here to practice and deliver medicine. Some people were sick and could not be cured. They could only be alleviated. There were also blind, deaf, and children without anyone to take care of them. Those who were able to work but had no place to stay and were temporarily staying at Grief Field Square were also given some money to work. It was impossible for the yamen to sell meat to them. If they did, more people would squeeze in and pretend to be sick. The rice they ate was old rice and millet, followed by pickled vegetables. This was the only way to ensure that the benefits of the people in the Grief Field Square were guaranteed and that others would not compete with them. Every 10 days, the Li family Zhuangzi would send some food over. It could last for 2 days, but when the summer heat came, it would probably only last for 1 day. Zhuangzi had given her a lot of things today. Other than the dumplings, the other things could be kept for a long time. Because of the drought, the weather became hot early. The bedding that should be washed in Grief Field Square had to be washed and the house had to be dried. The people in the workshop needed to be moved out for a period of time. Prepare food for them. If they were to be moved to a new place and the officials could not take care of them, they would be able to last for a few more days. Li Yi was going to leave after the exam. She would be worried if he was not around. When the students arrived, the elderly and children in Grief Field Square were the happiest. The children helped to fetch water for the people who were inconvenient to wash their hands. They also washed their hands and prepared to eat. Some of the elderly found it difficult to move. They lay on the bed that Li Yi and Zhuangzi had made for them. They turned sideways and looked at the students. This height, a student knelt beside the bed and used chopsticks to pick up dumplings to feed them. The other students learned how to feed the dumplings. As for the children, they just needed to squat or hold them in their arms. Everything was so natural that no one felt that there was anything wrong. A few people came from outside the square. They took a look and left together. Even if I don't want Li Yi's Zhuangzi to stand out for fear of suppressing the imperial court, I feel that these 42 people can be recorded. In the carriage, Yao Chong said to the other 3 people, Wei Zhigu did not want to come. He felt awkward when he saw Yao Chong. Yao Chong wanted him to come, but Zhang Shua helped to stop him. Every time Li Yi and Zhuangzi's carriages went out, they would have someone report to them and then think about what to do. In the past, they would find helpers to send things. They would send things if they used other carriages. This time, it was a luxurious four-wheeled carriage. Her Majesty probably knew about it too. She might have already sent people here to investigate. When the Li family Zhuangzi's luxurious carriages moved, something must have happened. As expected, 42 students who had been predetermined arrived. The other students burned incense and asked for lots. The Zhuangzi students sent warmth to Grief Field Square. When he saw the students naturally kneeling there to feed the elderly, Yao Chong had 10,000 thoughts of suppressing Zhuangzi. He was willing to let the 42 people pass. Prime Minister Yao, don't you think they are just putting on an act? Wei Jigu asked. Putting on an act for a lifetime. This old man will accept it. Yao Chong did not care about the title. After all, they were going to work together in the palace. He did not expect Wei Jigu to be respectful to him. Wei Jigu had never sent a document to the Ministry of Works. Next year, there will be 220. Lu Huaishan reminded him. There were too many people. What should they do? It's just increasing the number of people admitted to the imperial examinations. When they are sent out as officials, they must be carefully evaluated. Yao Chong said this with a guilty conscience. He knew that Li Yi and Zhuangzi students would not dare to harm the people. There was no need for the imperial court to evaluate them. Li Yi would make the first move. Who knew what kind of methods Li Yi would use? Yao Chong even believed that any official from Zhuangzi would go back on their promise. If Li Yi made a move, he would want to protect himself. However, Li Yi would also plot against him. But when there are riches, don't forget those who suffer. Li Yi is not joking, Zhang Shuo said from the side. He had already sensed the young Dongzhu's will. He understood after seeing the situation at the Wugong County kiln. At the time, there was only a verbal agreement. The Wugong County kiln played tricks, and the people felt wronged. Now that the people were happy, the other kilns would compensate them. And Li Yi had said to the students more than once, "But when there are riches, don't forget those who suffer." If this was not obvious enough, look at the Winged Knights. There was a sentence that they had laughed at back then. Why did they tremble when they heard it now? How did that sentence go? "Oh, my name is Li Yi, Dongzhu of this village. His Majesty asked me to bring you out to play." This old man understands. Li Yi is just staying in Zhuangzi. How can he still cause so much trouble? Yao Chong did not avoid the topic and spoke of his own depression. He could see that Li Yi did not want to take the initiative to target someone, and then others would be implicated. This included the elementary education. He was bored in Zhuangzi and threw something out, shaking Chang. "Let's go back. There's nothing to see." Li Yi did not come. "It's fine." Wei Jigu was in a hurry to go back. He was about to open the bidding and promote the well drilling during the drought. It had not rained recently. Reports from the eastern regions of Taihang Mountains showed that the drought there was even worse. There was some snow in winter, but it had melted. Now the people there were very happy. Because there was a lot of wheat, they did not want the rain to be too heavy. It was enough for now. According to the current situation, there would be a good harvest of winter wheat. The people were simple-minded. No, they did not understand many things. When the spring plowing season came, the government would hold a special event to tell the people that they were going to start farming. For example, the whipping of spring cows was to use the whip to break fake cows. Some counties in the south had begun to whip them. When the people saw that, they quickly got busy. It was time to farm. Now the people there knew that there was enough snow water last year. It was good that there was no rain. With a little water, the wheat production would increase. Chapter 308, February 18th. The weather was good. There were not many clouds. It was suitable for the exam. There were many candidates. Usually, the exam would last for a few days. This year, the exam was held in the Forbidden Garden. No matter what the exam was, they would be able to pass in 2 days. Li Yi personally led the team and sent the 42 candidates to the Forbidden Garden. Then he would leave with the ship to make arrangements. There was an area in the Forbidden Garden with floor heating. The winged knights took turns guarding the area. The winged knights did not need floor heating. They had their own tents and were always ready for battle. In the past, the candidates had to bring their own food. There was no hot place, so they could eat cold food or bring their own charcoal braziers. This year, there was no need. The Shangshi Bureau was in charge of cooking. There were cabbages, carrots, and meat. This showed the importance of the Tang dynasty to talents. However, the 42 students from the Li family's farmstead had brought their own stoves, small ones for burning alcohol. They did not need others to provide them with food. They were afraid that they would get a stomachache. They prepared 2 inkstones and bottles of ink. The Jinsha exam would last for 2 days. So, sleeping bags, eye masks, earplugs, antihistamine tablets, masks, and small alarm clocks were all prepared. The antihistamine tablets were for those who were too emotional and could not fall asleep. They were used to treat allergies. At the same time, they could be used as sleeping pills. If they could fall asleep normally, don't eat them. The big food box was filled with quilts, ice, meat, and vegetables. It could be maintained well for 2 days. Even the drinking water was filled with glass bottles. They boiled the water first before pouring it into the bottle. The other examinees were dumbfounded by this set of equipment. They checked at the door. There was no problem. They did not smuggle anything. It's not a problem if you don't have a train of thought. Didn't I tell you a few questions? Just think about those questions and do one. It's okay if you can't do it. You can continue with the imperial examination. Li Yi stood outside and said to the 42 candidates. He left a few brain-twisting questions. The exam room was nervous. Think about the questions. If you can't understand, at least your thinking will change. Li walked in. He wanted to see the exam room. Then he walked in. After walking a few dozen steps, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't come in. He stood there and looked around before walking back. The 1,000 bull guards who were in charge of guarding and inspecting the place didn't seem to notice any unrelated personnel entering. When they checked the 42 students' boxes, they only glanced at them and didn't go through them. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel watched and checked together. Similarly, no one paid any attention to Li Yi as he slipped in. All right, that's it. You guys go ahead and take the exam. Don't think too much about it, Li Yi said to the students. The students went in. Li Yi began to look at the officials of the Ministry of Personnel and the Qianyu guards. He nodded vigorously and said, I understand. Thank you. Later, the official from the Ministry of Personnel and the Qianyu guard also nodded. Li Dongzhu is too polite. Did you see that? Unknowingly, he has bought them all over. In the car further away, Yao Chong said to Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shuo expressed his agreement. Just now, he had seen Li Yi stroll in with his hands behind his back, yet no one had stopped him. Yes, the exam hadn't started yet. But why didn't they let others in? They don't think that Li Yi would cheat for anyone. Lu Huaishan helped. His house was being renovated now. He was right. Li Yi went over to take a few glances. He didn't leave everyone's line of sight. He was back. What a good young man, so sensible. When the weather warms up, my house will be renovated too. Zhang Shuo said disdainfully. Renovate then. You have the Celestial World card, and you didn't spend much on food. Lu Huaishan wasn't afraid of this. Wasn't it just that he didn't build a new house for you? Didn't you get any benefits? The examinees entered one after another. Some people were found with notes and cried, Give me another chance. Then their names were recorded and they were chased away. If they continued to make a fuss, they would be tied to the side for everyone to see as an example. Li looked and shook his head. It was too fake. The notes were directly sewn into the sleeves. How could they not feel it? Li Dongzhu thinks that they shouldn't cheat, so he's angry? A Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs official who accompanied the inspection asked. No, I think that they cheated without any skill. If it were me, I would cut the inkstone, cut out the meat in the middle, put the small words inside, and paint the outside. Or I would make acetic acid and write it on a white cloth. During the exam, if you want to copy it, you can roast it over a fire and the words will appear. From this, I can conclude that if a person with poor knowledge wants to cheat, it's a bad idea. But a person with good knowledge doesn't need to cheat. Li Yi kindly explained how to cheat. The people around him nodded and wiped away their sweat. They already felt that the first method was very useful. They had never heard of the second method. Yes, the martial arts examination has started this year. There's a person called Guazi. If he passes, there's no need to say anything. If he doesn't, you can ask him to come to my zhuangzi, Li Yi said to the official of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. He suddenly thought of this person. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. We'll go back and ask around, the official replied. Li Yi nodded and got into the car with his hands behind his back. He returned to Zhuangzi and prepared to leave. He didn't wait for the exam to end. He wanted to get there quickly, make the necessary arrangements, and come back immediately. To bribe, there was no need to wait for the locust plague to arrive. That would have to wait until the end of spring, the beginning of summer, and the entire summer and autumn. The exam was fast for some subjects, such as the classics examination. The beginning was to paste the scriptures and fill in the blanks. A bunch of small paragraphs were pasted, followed by an oral exam. The examiner brought him into the room and asked him questions. He asked about 10 righteous things. Then 3 questions about current affairs were answered. The oral exam was repeated. Those who didn't answer well would be eliminated. The rest didn't need to take the exam. The history examination was strenuous. Good at history, right? Asked 100 questions about important things, 3 questions about current affairs. Children under the age of 10 took the Analects of Confucius and Filial Piety exam. Ask 10 random questions and answer all of them, then give them to the examiner. If they answered 7 questions, they would be given a background, such as a jinsher. The jinsher exam was about current affairs and a large section of scriptures. It wasn't necessary to ask them where they came from. They passed all of them and were given an A grade. There were also other miscellaneous subjects, such as the 9 chapters, Island, Sun Tzu, and so on. Poetry wasn't necessarily tested every time. Sometimes one would be added if they were happy. Sometimes one would be added if they were unhappy. There was one this year. It was mentioned in advance. The examinees studied hard and practiced hard. They insisted on writing good poems. Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi. He wanted to go there together. The villagers who had come back in the summer packed their luggage. 100 people went, 10,000 chickens and 32,000 ducks. There was still about a fifth of them left in the manor. This included the chickens and ducks raised by the Zhang family's village and the imperial plantation. The geese didn't go. These chickens and ducks were used to eating meat. It was believed that they would work hard to eat meat. The villagers liked to let the ducks out. The ducks were obedient, but the chickens always ran around. In order to make the chickens obedient, they had to bring food. Often, in the process of feeding them, when the chickens saw the food, as long as it was time to eat, they would run in large groups. Brother Yi, is this enough? Li Qingqi was ready to take them to find the transport ship. He looked at the little pig that was crying nonstop and asked, "It's just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The main purpose of going there is to let the local people know the benefits. Then the chickens and ducks will lay eggs there and artificially hatch them on the spot. The hatched chickens and ducklings will be sold to the people, or they will cooperate with them. Those that can't be hatched will be made into mutated eggs." Li Yi shook his head. He didn't think that these chickens and ducks could deal with the locusts of several prefectures. Chapter 309. Zhuangzi's cars and rented cars formed a long line, bypassing the imperial plantation and heading north to the canal. The canal was not far from Zhuangzi. When they arrived, there were already 30 ships of 5,000 share waiting. They were going back on the way, bringing a small part of Chang and specialties, and then transporting things from other places to Chang, and mainly food. In theory, unless the imperial court needed, the ships should return empty. The so-called empty ships referred to the ships with stones for ballast. Otherwise, they would easily capsize in the turbulent Yellow River, especially in Sanmen Gorge and Xialangdi. The people in charge of transport were not willing to only load stones. Some businessmen contacted them and helped to bring things and people. They also brought things themselves and then sold them for money. The officials naturally took advantage of it. Li Yi knew that he could spend money, but he did not know how to mobilize 30 ships at the same time. Wasn't there too many ships? Li Dongzhu, I'm Fan. His Majesty said that you have the sharp weapon of the country. He was afraid that you would be in danger, so he sent us here. A large group of people and horses came out from the corner of the dock. The battalion commander in the front shouted, "His Majesty sent the winged knights to protect me." Li Yi turned and asked his elder brother. Li Qingqi looked at him blankly and pretended to be thinking, "I guess it's because of the gunpowder and other tools of linen. You haven't touched the 10% profit of Heavenly Earth. I think His Majesty wants you to raise your men for a while." "Oh," Li Yi pretended to be enlightened and nodded. "Then I will need that money. I have a bill." 500 Feather Forest Flying Cavalry was 500 men, but there were 1,500 horses. Military horses had different meals compared to ordinary horses that pulled carriages. If he did not use the money of Heavenly Earth, he would lose a lot. Go back and get the materials to feed the horses. How much materials to use, compare the price, and move them from the separate warehouse to Zhuangzi's warehouse. Li Yi said to Songde next to him. Songde expressed his support. Yes, he could not use Zhuangzi's money. The men on the canal began to hoist their sails, regardless of what was going on the shore. Bring people from Chang and to Luoyang, 200 taels per boat, take the money and do the work. If it wasn't for the livestock and poultry, he would have brought along 50 corpses to save the effort of moving the ballast stones. Taking a detour on the waterway, it would take 10 days to cover a distance of 1,800 li. After unloading the goods and people, washing the boat, and running a trip, everyone received more money than half of their annual income. Big brother, little brother's side needs to pay 6,000 taels? Li Yi looked at the horse being led onto the boat. He realized that this trip was too expensive. For Ma's boat, you can use the dividends from earthly paradise. Li Qingqi told Li Yi to continue calculating separately. Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? Oh, I mean, Your Majesty is very kind. Li Yi felt that he didn't need anyone's protection. If someone really wanted to die, he could snipe them from 1,000 meters away. He had accompanied clients and their children to many shooting clubs in the past. It was difficult to snipe in the country, but it was not a problem to form a tour group to go abroad. As long as they paid, they could ride in tanks and shoot with machine guns. The things that we send are too precious. Our relationship with Your Majesty is very close, especially that medicine. Empress Wang has it, Li Qingqi explained as thoroughly as possible. Well, I used to serve the people and the country. Who asked me to be an official? Li Yi said helplessly. He was also the one who called him an official. Li Qingqi immediately echoed. Little brother, Yi, the prime ministers all know about your matter. If one day I can't give a good idea, will I? Li Yi suddenly asked. If you can't give a good idea, you still have medical skills. Li Qingqi said. What if those things are all broken and gone? Li Yi asked again. You still have a heart for the people and the ability to fight. The prime ministers are not that powerful, but they are still prime ministers. We still have a big business deal to cooperate with. Even if you can't get out of bed, we will take good care of you. Li Qingqi patted Li Yi's shoulder and said solemnly, I don't want to lie in bed and wait to be taken care of. I still have good things. Li Yi said with a smile. For example, the hemp workshop. Li Qingqi had been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Yes, that can be blended with new technology to deal with hemp. It is soft and comfortable. Li nodded. He was indeed not lying. It looked like a scam, but in fact the technology was there. When you come back, we will cooperate again. Nowadays, hemp is really not good. It is worse than silk. Li Qingqi touched the clothes on his body. Actually, cotton is the most comfortable. Li Yi felt that pure cotton was the best. As long as the textile technology was improved, pure cotton would be more comfortable than any other kind of clothes. He remembered something from another place. For a period of time, he did not wear cotton and insisted on wearing polyester. Then mechanical watches were not good, so he wore electronic watches. Later, he found that cotton was better, but it was also more expensive. The same went for mechanical watches. Since that's the case, we need to grow more cotton this year. Li Qingqi believed that whatever Li Yi said was the truth. Fan led the people to board the boats separately. The distance between them was large enough to give the horses enough space. Sometimes the horses would lie down to rest instead of standing up. The cages of chickens and ducks were also spaced apart. There was also the little pig that had been showing uneasiness all the time. A big iron pot, Coke, soy sauce, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, floral water, soap, scented soap. Many goods were to be sold in Luoyang, which was the current Dongdu. When they went there, they went with the flow. When they came back, there were boatmen at the strategic locations. Luoyang was a big city. They could make a lot of money there. Some farmers, migrant workers, people from the Zhang family's village and the imperial plantation helped to carry the cages and goods. Others delivered goods to the boatmen. The boatmen, who worked hard, would directly stuff the goods into their arms. There were boiled eggs, salted duck eggs, and braised meat. The higher up the ladder, the better the goods were, including wine and soap. The boatmen and the goods belonged to the boatmen. The people at the bottom didn't get much money. They would be very happy if they were given something to eat. Stuffing the goods into their arms was to make sure that they belonged to them. Otherwise, if they were all piled up with the captain would not know how to distribute them. In Li Yi's eyes, there was no such thing as a small fry not giving gifts. If you always gave gifts to the guard would let you park your car. After a long time, the guard would reveal the activities of the key leaders to you. The boatmen were the same. Before sailing to a place where the current was turbulent, the boatmen promised to come and inform you in advance. They would tell you how to deal with the shaking and get benefits from you at the same time. Both sides would get benefits. Why not? Li Yi and the people on Zhuangzi's boat used this skill to perfection. It was all thanks to Li Yi's guidance. There were no cigarettes at the moment. Otherwise, packs of cigarettes would be stuffed into the boatmen's hands. Then the boatmen would smoke the scattered cigarettes. Everyone smoked together to exchange feelings. Li Yi watched and didn't say anything. He didn't talk to the boatmen at the bottom to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, they would look down on him. The boatmen who received the goods were indeed beaming with joy. They patted their chests as if they were promising something to the farmers. Li Qingqi watched and expressed his admiration. They gave out benefits, so naturally, no wonder Brother Yi wanted to personally lead the team. He believed that when the boat arrived, the officials in Luoyang would quickly reach an agreement with Brother Yi. At noon, the goods were still being transported. The people on Zhuangzi's boat brought food and invited everyone to eat. Big brother, let's eat some steamed buns too. Don't drink too much water. Otherwise, you'll be swaying on the boat. Li Yi took a basket of steamed buns and said to Li Qingqi,